There we go. Boop, 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 boop. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. I got coffee in my hand and I am going to draw. Let's get stuff. Da, 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 da. Good morning, everybody. Do, 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 do. I'm gonna post some stuff and I'm gonna post some stuff. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Do, do, do.
Oh boy.
Ayo. Oh, what a no mochi mochi?
No, not today. Today I'm genuinely excited.
Oh, so you're never excited when you go on out of my streams? You're just saying moshi moshi?
It's like, it's not like that.
I see
like,
how
I was
it
excited
is.
then. I was enthused before, but now it's my boys.
It's a, you're just so whelming.
I'd say like slightly overwhelmed, but now things get really interesting.
Oh God.
Sort of.
Sorta. So happy Pride.
Happy Pride, everybody.
How is the little baby?
Doing all right. I think my fever is breaking because it's like I believe it's like 59 degrees, and I've kind of been like sweating up a storm.
Right.
So far, so good. I'll probably still have a cough though.
Yeah, that's pretty on par.
Walking home from work was quite a thing.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. By the way, I had to work.
You were sick, but you still had to work?
Like pretty much everyone in the kitchen was sick, and they still had to work, except for like the cook. He was not sick. He was sick, but now he's not.
It feels very concerning. I feel concerned.
It's either that or the people don't get fed.
I'd rather be fed by healthy people, though.
Yeah. I probably shouldn't say anymore.
Well, it's not like they know where you work. But they do know that your social security number is 619.
See, I'm not worried because, whatever. Anyway, walking home was quite agonizing. I had to like sit down and like take a rest, which I never have to do.
Except for on days like this.
I guess so. Actually, let me turn on the AC really quickly.
I was crying a little earlier because I found cute dog videos.
Can you hear that in the background?
No.
Okay, good.
Did you hear what I said?
What did you say? I had to put my headphones down.
Oh, I was saying that I cried a little before stream because I found really cute dog videos.
Oh.
They were so cute. They were but little baboos.
Let's see.
They were just sweet babies doing their sweet baby things.
Should I like start the event?
Yes, please.
I will start the event.
I forgot to do that. Thank you.
Pop out.
Good morrow, everybody.
So I guess while we're on the subject of like Pride, so apparently like randomly, like I'd say I'm not sure if it'd be like several months ago or like last year around this time.
Mm-hmm.
I looked up the song Sweater Weather because like it was a song from back then and I kind of liked it. And I saw in the comments apparently it's like the bi anthem.
Sweater Weather? I don't think I've heard of that one.
It was the I'll just link it, I guess. It was who did it? It was by the Neighborhood.
By the Neighborhood.
It was
it Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood?
No.
Oh.
I think they were a little more suggestive than that.
But it was a beautiful day in the neighborhood. A beautiful day to be a neighbor. See.
Okay. Yeah, you don't need to I just looked at the comments and they're like, oh, this is the bisexual headquarters. I'm like, huh.
You know, it's a funny one.
How did this happen?
You know, it's a funny song that you wouldn't think upon listening to it that it's a gay anthem, but it is. It's Call Me Maybe.
I guess I don't quite understand.
It has 99.9% to do with the music video. So
I haven't seen the music. I don't watch music videos. There's extra sound in it.
It's extra sound in it.
Well, because like they always have like stuff happening. They have like
right?
they have like random sound effects, like and like I listen to music like usually like while working. I don't watch them too much.
Right. I forgot that's what her. For some reason in my head, I was like thinking, oh, it was Rebecca Black. It's not Rebecca Black. It's Carly Rae
Yeah, yeah.
Jepsen.
I was gonna say like
I don't know. Again, I had to admit to my secondary partner that before Paul Rudd. Okay, so this started because of the Tysons, right? There are two people who people know to be a Tyson, right? It's Mike Tyson and Neil deGrasse Tyson.
yes. I don't know where this is going so far.
So here's my problem when it comes to celebrity names. Unless I have been exposed to them as a meme or as just an ongoing thing, I will not remember your goddamn name. For whatever reason, I kept saying I don't know if it's because Neil deGrasse Tyson sounds like that also sounds like a boxing name. I'm not gonna lie, that also sounds like a boxing name. But for whatever reason,
Perhaps.
every time I talk about Neil deGrasse Tyson, the first thing that comes up is Mike Tyson.
I don't know if
They do not correlate.
Bizarre.
They shouldn't correlate in my brain outside of the fact that they're both Tyson. But but I had to admit to my secondary partner, I actually did this to Paul Rudd as well before he was Ant-Man.
Who's the other Rudd? Like, who are you conflating?
That's the thing. It's just the R in his name instead of Paul Rudd. Mentally, I go Ross Rudd. Like from Friends.
Oh, okay. I feel like I don't know if it's quite so. I think it's just because I know both like Mike Tyson and Neil deGrasse Tyson. I think I find it much more bizarre, but frankly, like Ross Rudd and like Paul Rudd, they sound similar enough for me. Just because I don't know.
That's the thing. His last name's not even Rod. Or his last name's not even Rudd.
Oh.
From Friends.
Well, then,
it's Geller.
I don't. Okay, this might just be a you thing.
I 100% is a me thing. Because I will get so many people's names wrong, or I will simply blank on the name, and I shouldn't be blanking on the name because I know this name 99% of the time, but for whatever reason, once I get to this point, I'm like, okay, who is this one person?
Who is this one person?
I don't.
Which one are you talking about?
No, I'm saying in the hypothetical.
Which one was it? Okay, so you're talking about like, damn it. It was I've lost my train of thought.
Don't worry, we never had one to begin with.
I mean, it's even more surprising because it was your train of thought and I was just on it. And I damn it. Then my taps are going around the way.
That taps your head. Tap tap. Tap tap.
All right.
Yeah.
The thing that started this conversation was like finding out like a song was like a gay anthem.
Oh yeah. Here's the music video for you to listen to. You can like listen to it and then like.
This video contains content from UMG. But you can watch Sweater Weather. There's no problem. Okay, whatever.
It's because of the company.
Yeah. That's usually.
And also, it's because it's a music video and not a topic.
If.
Oh my gosh, it's a Zoa! Hello, Zoa!
I'll go out the chat then. Here we go.
Zoa, how are you? We are we are doing the first stream of the Prides because I was very sick on. Well, not very sick. I think that. Wait, did I stream on Sunday?
You were very tired.
I was very tired.
You were supposed to stream on Wednesday, but you were very, very tired.
I'm pretty sure on Sunday I did stream. I'm pretty sure. Hold on. Actually, let me see. Because I don't remember. Yes, I did stream. The first stream of Pride was we were at the beginning parts of Sakura being found out as the spy for for
Danganronpa. That's right. We were doing Danganronpa.
Yeah. And then I got commissions. Then I was like, gay commissions, let's go!
Zilla is ook. They're at work.
Okay. The cake is a lie. Boba tea. No boba tea. How dare you? How dare you? Because I can't get boba tea right now because none of the boba tea places are open.
Well, I think that's what they're saying. They have no boba tea. They would like boba tea as well, but they can't.
It's too early.
Rage. That's the second chapter of Marathon.
Sir. I buy Walmart packs to make at-home boba tea. Yeah, it seems so wild now to have that be a thing. That they're at Walmart. I saw one at Ralph's and I was like, oh, that's odd. I ran out of boba. I'm so sorry.
Okay. Okay, fine. The Call Me Maybe music video, okay, I can definitely see why.
Yeah, now you can see it.
Well, like, I couldn't see it at first, but I think the ending kind of, like, makes it, or at least, like, it can allude to it. There's enough there. Perhaps, like, I think there's probably more than, like, the actual song for Sweater Weather, which I think people just latched onto for vibes.
I mean, like, the vibes are immaculate.
Well, like, because, like, the person who did Sweater Weather was like, no, I didn't intend this to be a bi anthem, but, you know, who cares? That's
what's another
the author sort of thing.
For me, like, what's another really good bi song? It's called Boy Bye.
But if I haven't heard it, I don't know.
It was a what do you call it? It was like one of those animatic memes for a while, like a few years ago. But it is a really good song. It's just basically about this guy's like journey into like just noticing that he's bi. And if you look like bi animatic or bi animation or bi animation, you're just like, what? That's your Princess Celestia said if I bring her more souls, I'll restock the shell. She'll restock the shelves. Oh no, Celestia, why? You've turned into a celestial warlock. That's worse.
1,000 souls.
For Boba. Honestly, that's a steal.
Price.
Honestly, that's a steal. Do you know how much it is for boba now?
No, I don't drink boba.
I highly suggest it, only for feeding my coffee addiction.
I don't have a coffee addiction.
How dare you? How can you be a little bi baby and then tell me that you do not have any of the iced coffee?
I don't drink iced coffee. All I drink is soda.
How dare you? A pack of 3 is $7. Oh, is it? No, I meant like made coffee, or made boba, because I don't trust myself to make boba. I actually know how to make the boba
Pretty stunning.
balls, right? It's just easier to get the packs of them. Hi, Kenny. My day just started. So I can't really say whether or not it's going well or not. I will say I slept well. I slept well.
Do you think he's better than us? I mean, I might be. I don't know. I might not be better than you.
Deku deku maru, deku deku maru, deku deku maru, ayo.
I just don't like the taste, or of coffee specifically.
Again, valid. You know what's funny though?
What?
You know who I used to know as the biggest hater of coffee, for her entire life.
Who?
My sister.
Okay.
Yeah, it was I was seeing you hurt yourself for a minute. I was like, oh, it's my sister. It's my sister. You're good. You're good.
I was asking who.
Oh, I didn't hear who. I was like, I heard.
It probably didn't come through on the mic. I was like, who?
My sister used to be the biggest coffee hater on the face of the planet. Biggest coffee hater ever. Only would drink hot chocolate. It hated the way it walked.
Hated
everything.
Hated the way it dressed.
Hated everything. The shade that would be thrown. She would have hot chocolate, and then she would have and then she would look at us and go but why though? It's so bitter. And you know what she's doing now?
I presume drinking coffee.
She has a coffee business.
Oh my.
I will now show you guys her, I guess this is my first plug of the day. My sister owns the Happy Storm Cafe. I believe right now they are only doing they're only doing pre-orders right now, if I'm remembering correctly. Because they're in the middle of moving, but if you could just say sign up for their stuff, or just support them, that would be great. But yeah, my sister cooks her own coffee beans. She roasts her own coffee beans now. And I think it's the funniest shit on earth. It is so fucking funny. Also, something I realized while sketching some character. You know how sometimes you have an artist, or you're the art friend, or you have an art friend in the group of your D&D group, and they're trying to draw a certain character, and they realize that they don't know how to draw that body type very well.
I think so.
I had that experience, I want to say yesterday and the day before. I do not practice enough with larger body types.
But right. I think that's why you asked. I think that's why you asked to reference with Sakura.
Yeah. With Sakura, that's more of a muscular thing.
Right. Yeah.
Cribs' sister is also a vegan. She is not a vegan. I want to point out she is a massive meat eater. Also fake news. Misinformation. Don't you misinformation about my baby sister.
Everyone talks about misinformation, but never misinformation.
What about her? She's so left out.
Let's see. You're talking. Okay, so you were talking about
Boy, bye.
body types. Well, you're talking about body types.
Yeah, I was talking about body types. So like so I was trying to draw. Okay, here's the description, right? Hold on, let me pull it up. Is there a Mr. Information? No, she is a strong, independent woman.
Also, Mr. Information is Wikipedia.
Mr. Information is Wikipedia. What about Mr. Information support men too? Well, it's also men's. It's all on top of being Pride Month. It's also Men's Mental Health Month. So everybody, take care of yourself. Whether you are mask presenting or cisgendered male or trans male, please do take care of yourselves. Let's hear. Okay, so here. Oh shit! Fuck my phone. So this is the description, right? Captain Emmanuel, early 50s, muscle gut daddy, salt and pepper hair. Now, keep in mind, these are also my notes. So this is highly skewed because I had a call with my DM, and he then proceeded to do descriptions, and I was like, okay, time to put them out. Time to put them out and go like, okay, time for daddy to come in. Muscle daddy.
Don't forget. I think technically I'm the art guy of the D&D group, but I use like Hero Forge and stuff.
Yeah.
Which has like a lot of options, but they've gotten a lot more recently. They actually added like different body types and builds. Like they added like the muscular feature. Like they added muscular. They added like old body. They added I think like they already had emaciated, but I think they just added a lot more. They also added sliders for like the smallest minute things.
Right.
Because like the models I sent you, like not all of those like the muscular parts weren't super possible before.
Yeah.
But they are now.
Okay. Why are you calling me out, saying my name and giving it my description? Okay, first of all, I didn't tell him shit. He has a different last name. I just didn't write it down.
Why did you say that name?
Why did you say that name? Thank you for the hydrate.
I should probably do that too.
We all hydrate. Everybody gets a hydrate. You get a hydrate. You get a hydrate.
Right.
K-pop, say my name, say my name. I don't know if that's K-pop. The last time I heard a phrase like this, it was Destiny's Child.
Right.
Yeah, it was Destiny's Child.
Because that's what she was in before.
Yeah.
I'm waiting for like the opportune time to start lore dumping.
Because this is your character.
But my characters.
Yes.
Okay. So for everyone who has joined the stream, first of all, great turnout. Love that everyone's here. Oh wait, actually, I should wait until the ad break is over. How long does this snooze last for?
It's until the next one. I'm only allowed like 3 snoozes at a time.
Right. Whatever. The ad's starting. I might as well wait. Bunch of misinformation about the sister. But alright, that's good. Nope, that source, believe me, bro.
Believe me, bro.
The results. So for everyone who could see after the ad or something like that, like I don't know why, but I kind of felt like talking about. Oh, I remember what was happening with me. So I just learned that no, my computer, like my CPU, it does not need to run at 100 degrees Fahrenheit all the time.
You're only just now figuring this out.
I mean, everyone has
That
been
it
saying
doesn't need
like
to be a fire
when I
hazard.
looked at so like when I looked up like the i7 like 14700K, like everyone was saying like, oh, it's one of the it's a computer, it's a core that runs really hot a lot, so don't be surprised if that's happening. But turns out, no, it does not need, like, you have to kind of undervolt it in order to make sure. So now it runs at like, 50 degrees instead of like 90 or 100 all the time. So no, it does not need to like run at like, boiling temperatures all the time. And I only learned this because I was having trouble with running Space Station 14, which is not a hard thing to run. Like, it's 2D, it's over the top, like it's like
Thank you
top
for the
down.
posture check.
Like it's just, and you have to do 5 squats.
Motherfucker! This was not the day to wear jeans. All right, give me a second. Well, now I have to do squats. That's what's new with me.
I'll just keep talking about this for the audience. So I was trying to run Space Station 14. I highly recommend it. The other thing is just that, like, it was having trouble starting up, and like, I would click join server, and then the window would shut down. And like I asked like people on the help channel for the Discord, like, what's going on? Why can't I run this game? And they're like, what computer core what CPU do you have? And I'm like, oh, I have this and this. And he's like, oh, you need to like update the BIOS, or you need to like turn the voltage down because your CPU is having signs of permanent damage. I'm like, oh, I'm not playing Space Station 14 like right now, so I had to like pretty much stop everything I was doing and like find a way to fix it, and like that's just it. Like it was just like I just had to undervolt it, and now it runs at like a sensible temperature and not like a pot of boiling water. It was crazy, perfectly honest.
I feel that.
Okay.
I got a similar. I got a similar feeling when Ed and I have been talking about like what would it take for me to move over to the UK, and one of the bigger things that he talked about is the fact that I would need to switch out a good part of the processor because it would be too powerful for their lines.
For your computer?
Yeah.
Like the CPU, the core?
Yeah.
Huh. Is that just for that must just be for like his place? Like I know, like, but or wait, I'm sure that's like, I think that's just for like his place. I imagine like that's just his like unique power situation, because like I know like the UK has like infrastructure.
Infrastructure.
It has like amenities.
The one thing that I was surprised by is that when he was describing it, his Wi-Fi, I would always like, I've been there for a few times. Like it's not like we've never met in person. I've been to his place. He's been over here in the US. And like I asked him, what? I've always been curious. Why is it that your system can't seem to support more than maybe like 3 devices on the internet at once? And then he started describing it, and I'm like, oh my god, do you have dial-up still?
If he does, he might.
Which would
like
I was just sitting there with that, going like, huh.
I think he probably should invest in like a better Wi-Fi.
Well,
like as long as like
his location's a little unique in that. But
does it not have like like I said infrastructure before, but like does he have like the infrastructure? Like is there like power or I don't know. I don't actually know.
he just has like he has a little monkey that runs on a wheel for his Wi-Fi. I don't know. He might come in at some point, so you could probably ask him. But like just the way he described it to me and the way I took it is that he has dial-up somehow.
It's not impossible. I actually don't know what sort of. I actually don't know what sort of providers are in the UK. Is Xfinity a thing? I don't think so.
I don't know.
I
oh my
doubt
god,
it. I think
is this a
American
nice
company.
circle? Hold on. No, it is
not. It's a nice circle. It's almost too nice.
Yeah. It needs to be an egg. I need her to have that.
The advertisement is over. That means I can start telling stories. So anyway, so for everyone joining in, this is a commission that I gave Crimson for specifically for Pride Month. I wanted an excuse to have her draw my boys. And speaking of, the people she's drawing are 2 NPCs in a D&D campaign I was running until a few months ago. Like I stopped it to run Dark Heresy, and then like I had to stop because like my schedule was just like not working, and everyone else was like going on to their summer jobs. So essentially, these 2 NPCs are okay. So it's Egleth Garçon-Pierre, who is the Goliath, and Romilly Joyeuse, who's the human femboy guy. So these 2, like, so the way the party met them is they were 2 mercenaries in a place they were like in the location that they were these 2 like foreign mercenary knights who were knight aspirants who were like waiting on like a job to open because like in the place they were in there was like an impending war and they were going to be like right in like the ground floor pretty much. So they were just waiting on stuff. So the human Romilly, he kind of made himself known immediately. He's kind of like the more like arrogant and like I don't know what would it be, like jeering, or just like or just all around rude and elitist, in a very haughty sort of way. Whereas like Egleth the Goliath, he was much more like composed. He's kind of like I won't say he's apologetic, but like he's like, yeah, sorry about my companion. He's a bit much, but also made it clear like he's kind of like his bodyguard almost. And like that's sort of how they were introduced, and then they like met these 2 again when they were leaving for another job, and it was like another NPC's like sister had to be escorted to another city, and like they were hired as guards, but also the party was hired as guards, so they had to sort of like share the road.
Right.
And like at some point when they got to the city, they actually it's all right, Kenny. I missed several streams as well, also, just because, like, you know, these actually, like, so
I like how you're accepting apologies from my chat.
I'm the moderator, I got it. Also, like, so to put it in perspective, Kenny, I wake up 11 minutes ago, like, usually. That's when I usually wake up. But I woke up especially early to have food, just so I could be part of the stream, because, like, this is kind of important for me. This is one I didn't want to miss. It was also like this. It would have been like this with Disco Elysium, except I didn't know it'd be that day. So I woke up a little later. It was for the best, though. It's good to like get I wouldn't. What's the word? Untainted, or like a fresh perspective, like without anyone like backseat driving, which I ended up doing later.
Yeah, unfortunately.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. You were excited, and I understand that you were excited. It's just It was just one of those things where it's like, and now I need to stop playing because otherwise I'm gonna be stuck here. But also I'm like looking at you and going like, so you're gonna lower dump me this entire game, but you're not gonna tell me where the fuck my shoes are.
Right.
I'm over here going like, okay, I get that. I get that this is lore and this is really interesting. It's fascinating. Where the fuck are my shoes?
I didn't realize it until afterward, but I don't think you found your first shoe.
I don't.
Strange.
I don't think I have any shoes.
I didn't realize it until rewatching it, but you were just walking around barefoot the whole time. I respected it.
I was just walking around with those shoes on. I am bewildered at the fact that none of the NPCs are talking about the fact I have no shoes on.
I think like it's kind of, it wouldn't be surprising considering the person your character is.
Yeah, but like,
game.
but they're commenting on like literally everything else. Where is your badge? Where is your gun? Where is any of your identification? When did you get to be a police officer and yet you've been here for forever? No, not once has any of these motherfuckers said, where the fuck are your shoes? It's snowing outside.
The harsh thing about it. Crimson, when she played Disco Elysium, one of the things you're supposed to do is find your shoes, and your character like has to like find at least one shoe. Crimson did not find either shoe, not even the one in her like room in that game.
I thought I did find that one.
You might have found it, but I don't think you equipped it.
I thought they already got equipped it.
I don't know. I think I watched it again, and I don't think I saw it. And you know what the horrible thing is? What? I think they expected you to eventually find your shoes, and you didn't. And they didn't account for that.
Wow, I am an extra type of special.
I don't know, maybe.
I am a special little baby.
Anyway, back to the story time.
Because these are, in fact, your OCs.
Something amazing is about to happen. But anyway.
That's an eraser.
But anyway, so like one of the things that happened was that one of my players, like they had one of my players had insulted actually like I think like so Romilly, like the smaller character, like the smaller NPC, like he sort of insulted the party's like camp making, like the way they set up camp, and like one of my players took offense to it. So like after a bit of a back and forth, like eventually Romilly like slapped him with the back of his hand and demanded a duel, as is typical.
Right.
Feel for issues. Oh, nice. A lot of good clips are coming from this. In any case,
already we just started.
So Romilly, he challenged that player to a duel, except like that player didn't want to duel because he didn't want to harm his skin because he was like a pile of insects in like a human skin suit. So naturally, he didn't want to like actually participate in a duel where he could get cut up. Christopher Joy, I think there's one more.
Yeah, there was one. There was one by Ori.
Yeah. So my player was a collection of insects inside a human skin suit. So he didn't want to get into a duel where he could harm his skin suit. So the other player, who was playing like a really nice, like sweet half orc, he like decided to be like his like champion instead, which Romilly did accept. And like the other player and Romilly, they actually did like do a duel, and Romilly did actually win. Like in like because we did have like a sort of like 1v1 sort of fight. I wanted to do it like the duel as like some sort of thing with like first blood, like a percentage or like a third of their health. But I decided let's just go until down because it didn't make a lot of sense otherwise.
Right.
Because like the math with like reducing
math
the
isn't
hit points
mathing.
doesn't work. Because like the math of like reducing the hit points doesn't work for like higher hit points. It actually gives a benefit to like the one with less hit points, sort of. It was kind of strange. So I think I just went for like until down, and so the skinny like femboy knight actually did beat the giant half orc, but it didn't help that like the half orc player he didn't because he plays it like really nice, so he doesn't like he's actually been trying to grapple for like most of the game. Like the most of the campaign, because he doesn't want to use his bladed weapons and stuff. The one time he actually did like straight up kill somebody was when like wasn't a hobgoblin actually downed one of the players, the same player he was like fighting for in this duel, and he responded by going into a rage and cutting the hobgoblin in half.
Nice, as you do.
But he felt really bad about it, and for most of the game he's been like grappling, and in this duel he actually decided to just bring like I think he could hatchet is what you could throw, right? I think he was using a hatchet. A throwing axe at least. It was some sort of hand axe, that's what he was using. But like but also his rolls were just terrible. So like the skinny like femboy knight ended up beating him. I have the pictures to prove it, the ones I made myself.
I have pictures to prove it. Not photographs. No. I have pictures that I've drawn. Therefore, I have proven the case of no take backsies.
You're too late, Anon. I've already drawn you as the soy jack and me as the tough Giga Chad.
Therefore, it's true, and you cannot take it back. Let's hear there's a recent game that I am in, and it's actually like the first time I've ever done anything with like unbalanced stats. Like I have like usually especially for a first my first level, yeah, I usually pick pretty balanced stats, right?
Yeah.
And in this case, my stats are very skewed. Hold on, let me see if I can find
the character sheet.
Yeah, my character sheet. Okay, let me see here. Because I literally had to. That's a different thing entirely. I need to print that out. Let's see here. And I think this is the latest one. There you go. I PM'd it to you.
That's good. You call this skewed?
It's pretty skewed.
It's even across the board except for strength.
Yeah, my strength usually, because like when I tell you my character is pretty evenly stacked, usually speaking, there's not really like a whole there's not like a super big gap in anything. Like it's usually like it's usually like all it's usually
you're
like
more
12. Yeah, I'm usually well-rounded than this. This is very much like I decided to sacrifice my strength, which was initially at 10, to be a 7, which is a -2, just so I can boost my everything else.
You know, I kind of feel like it might be because like I've been playing or running a lot of like Genesis or such other, or maybe like other stuff. But I feel like making stats that are more skewed is like more common than anything.
I think it's just for me. You know what I mean?
Maybe, yeah. It's like I think it's the well, it's just because it's all about like specialization.
Yeah.
It's all about being good at like not just being good at something, but being like the best at something, even if
Right.
like even if everything else you do sucks. There is definitely like a limit to it.
Yeah.
Where like I think like the point where it gets ridiculous is if you're bad at like literally everything except for like horseback riding, and then like you're on a ship for like 5 sessions,
Right.
and then you're just useless.
So basically being a ranger.
I suppose.
Um,
Funny enough,
mhm.
one of my players, uh, excuse me, one of my players, the guy who was initially challenged to the duel, he's a ranger, like the guy with the skin suit.
Right.
He's like the reason he is a ranger is because he's a swarm keeper, and that's what spurred the idea of him just being like a swarm of insects inside like a human suit.
Isn't that a Marvel Spider-Man variant? Is Man Spider, I think, is what. No, it's not Man Spider. It's like it's just a bunch of spiders.
Wasn't it like a villain? Like it was the Legion.
Hold on. Legion, because I know that the Legion is also the son of one of the sons of Charles Xavier. But hold
on, it might not be the Legion. It was a mass of spiders. That's all I know.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about too. Hold on, like spiders. Maybe it's gonna be easier if I write down just spiders in a Spider-Man.
Spiders, man.
It's literally called Spiders, man. Okay.
I think so.
Hold on. I found. Yeah. It's called Spiders, man. It's just a bunch of spiders in a Spider-Man costume with the sentience of Peter Parker.
And the villain I was thinking of was the Thousand.
Okay. That makes sense. But like the funny thing is, like you're seeing my stats, right? And my stats, like, because I showed this to a mutual friend of ours.
Mm-hmm.
And he was very confused. He was like, I thought you would put more strength into your build. I'm like, why would I do that? It's an intelligence build.
Pretty much. Like
it's a intelligence, intelligence and whatchamacallit? Constitution. Rather. Sorry, go ahead.
I forgot what I was gonna say. Go ahead.
No. I try to find your thought. Try to find your thought. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
It's because like what I was gonna say is like it's the idea of like if you're too busy studying, you don't have time to like lift weights or some shit. I don't know.
Right. Actually, the main reason why is because she was immensely emaciated when she was younger.
Yeah. Well, I suppose that too.
And so like -2 is her probably current level best right now.
I'll be right back. I need honey.
Kinky? Alright. Robot boy! Rock robots, rock robots, rock robots. And for those of you who don't know Dungeons and Dragons, when it comes to stats like that, I would say that -2 in strength is the equivalent of not being able to pick up like 15 to 30 pounds. Like that's what jobs legally require you to be able to lift for like things remedial like that.
Also, I didn't like. I heard what you said before I left. No, not Kiki. I literally have a spoon of honey.
Kinky. That sounds kinky to me.
Well, I associate it now with like terrible sickness.
Well, that's on you.
Throatache. It was life-saving. Like on Wednesday or Thursday. It was like that was when like. So I had like a sore throat, and then that stopped. Except like I had like a tension headache and a cough right afterward.
Right.
So that's the progression of my sickness. There we go. Actually, give me a.
Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead first.
I was just gonna say, like, would you say what I said was accurate just now? Like, what the equivalent of having -2 in strength? I almost said -12. That would have been horrifying.
Pets!
Alright, I will be right back to that also, and then I'll go back in store.
Okay. Let's hear. So, B, what's new lately with you? Try to be cool because we now have a summer. Yeah, the summer's starting to heat up, so the room that I live in it's a bit warmer because I don't have insulation. I don't have any insulation, and and also the AC is still broken. So it's kind of whack like that. Any open windows? That's the thing. I live on the ground floor, so it's not as if I can like leave it open for long periods of time. I just don't feel comfortable with that. So, like especially at night, because like that's meh. Hey, brain cells are fried after. Yeah, it's drawing is not. It is. Well, it can be. I shouldn't say it can't. It's not a low effort. A low effort. It can't like it that it can't be a low effort activity. But it can be really draining. But I'm still glad, and I saw what you did. It was really good. You should feel proud.
I'm back.
Hey, really quick, I do have to point out to chat. You don't have to DM me the clips that you clip. Like, you don't have to do that. I see them. I know where they are. Please don't DM me the clips that you're doing, because I do see them and I do know that they're there and I can get to them.
At any rate, so like the only other thing about like as far as like the party's association with as far as the party's association with like these two NPCs, the thing with them is like the last sort of part that they took part in, like the last part of the campaign before I had to stop, was there was like a sort of like gala that the party had to go to, where like there was like sort of stuff going on. They also were gonna steal food for like the rest of the city, just because they felt like redistributing stuff. But also that was where like an assassination was going to happen, which they didn't realize until it happened. But such as it is. But like where these two are concerned, there was I forgot what I was going to say. No, I didn't forget. I'm just trying to put into words. But these two were at the gala. They actually were sort of like the escorts of like because of like they're the escorts of like one of the big poobahs who were going to the party. But kind of inside baseball. I won't explain it further, but like they did have like their own like because I made sure like everyone in the party had like their own sort of dress and like their own like sort of what we would call like enhanced look, something formal. What was it called? Romley had like his own outfit, like which is actually really nice. Had like more makeup, more like had high heels, a nice beret. Whereas Eggleth had like a rather stuffy sort of like outfit. Like if they knew what monkeys were, he'd call it a monkey suit. That's sort of what I would say.
Do they not have monkeys in this world?
This is kind of like Greece, and this is sort of like the Greece sort of region, and they're from like the France sort of region. So I'm not sure if they'd have much exposure to monkeys.
See, I would think that too, but like
I mean, maybe there'd be some like captive monkeys brought over from somewhere else.
Yeah, like
I didn't think that far ahead.
Like for example, I was watching Castlevania Nocturne with Ed. We finally watched it. We finally finished watching it. And we finally sat there for a minute and we were like, wait a minute, would they even know what Egypt is? Because one of the big driving forces is the fact that that this is taking place during the French Revolution, right?
No, they'd absolutely know what Egypt is.
Well, here's what I'm saying though, like widely known. They would know like what Egypt is. It just wouldn't be like we just thought it wouldn't be widely known at the time because Egyptology was started because of Napoleon, right?
I'd say so, probably.
Right, because the whole reason why is because like he was like really fascinated with like the idea of Cleopatra and even started an affair with like one of the locals there, and she was also married. Because they were really trying to fetishize Egyptian women at the time. But we were just kind of sitting there after a while and going like, wait a minute, would this even be like wide information to know? Like canopic jars and like souls being split into at that point they were talking about 3 souls. Technically speaking, they are separated in 5, but 3 is just a cleaner number. And we were just sitting there after a while and going like, wait a minute, would they even know? Because we're thinking this is before Napoleon, and so we were like looking it up and going like they would, and we were like, okay, they would have like vague knowledge, like it would probably not be as well known, but it'd be a thing. You know what I mean?
I guess so. Yeah, that does seem like that does seem to be like a very like worthy question. I'm not sure if I can find like info on that or not.
I'm sure we could if we like actually like looked it up, or like I'm sure that if I were to, I could like call up my mom and go like, hey mom, do you know anybody in Egyptology, or do you know a guy who knows an Egyptologist? And she'd somehow be able to find somebody in like 3 days.
Chat, is this bullshit?
I wish it was. I don't know. Her networking skills are amazing. I don't know how she's able to.
I was talking about like the talk about like if they knew Egyptology all that much back then. It's like Castlevania Nocturne. It's like, chat, is this bullshit? Anyway,
sorry.
We got on this topic because monkey suit. Do they know what monkeys are? Yes or no? And I argued no. he probably wouldn't know what a monkey is, but if he did, he'd call what he was wearing a monkey suit. I'll just post it in like the agenda voice text call. Now, if you want to see these Hero Forge models along with any others, you can join the Discord through Patreon.
There it is.
But yeah, I probably won't post these models anywhere except for like, you know, on Reddit, which, you know, you can't see it because you don't know who I am. You have no idea where I am.
True anonymity. Except then we'll find out. Oh, there he is.
Also, while I'm at it, watch Andor on watch Star Wars Andor. I really recommend it because that's where I got that meme from. You have no idea where I am. But anyway, yeah. But anyway, that's sort of like all I was saying is like they, but they were at the party, the same party the players were at because they were like the escorts of like the whosoever. And like they actually helped teach the half-orc player from before. They helped teach him to dance with like another NPC because they saw he was fumbling it so terribly. Like they gave him like a crash course of how to dance to the music that was playing. And then they just sort of like and after like a brief like sort of like crash course, they just pushed the two together again.
Right.
That's. Yeah. Anyway, the other thing is like the half-orc player actually, arguably, he actually sort of got more to, like, he sort of like interacted. Ironically, he interacted with them like the most, I guess, because like he actually did something where like he actually figured out sort of the backstory behind them, which I will get into now. Good, as a nice sort of segue. So something like he ended up learning is Eglath, actually the Goliath, he actually told them the story after like a persuasion check, because like I think like there's like this issue of like there's this issue because he noticed Romley doesn't like riding horses, which is unusual because like the place where like they're from, like the nobility are all expected to like be like horse riding knights sort of thing, but that sort of thing.
Yeah.
And also like also I should point out Romley is kind of like French coded and Eglath is kind of Scottish coded, like British Scottish coded, because like the place that they're from is just copyrighted like ripoff of there's just a copyright infringement of Bretonia from the Warhammer Fantasy sort of thing.
As you do.
Yeah, don't tell anyone. I'm sure Games Workshop is coming for the stream at any moment. But all the nobility, Romley included, are expected to be like, you know, horse riding knights, and he's not one. He's actually like very adverse to like riding horses or driving them. And he and like Eglath ended up explaining to like the half-orc player that like essentially like when they were younger, like when they first met, like Eglath found Romley in the woods, having like fallen from his horse and broken his arm, because apparently like he was like on a hunting trip with his family, and like he lost control of his horse and he fell and broke his arm, and he was about to get eaten by wolves that were nearby when like Eglath sort of like came in and like saved him. And after sort of like trying to talk Romley out of his like sort of like unceasing despair, because like he was just kind of like, you know, because like Romley was just like, I'll never be a knight, like I already broke my arm, I don't know if I can like go on. After sort of like giving him the briefest of pep talks, Eglath ended up escorting him back to his like family, and as a reward they offered him a place as like as sort of like a man-at-arms, also like as Romley's like bodyguard.
Right.
And Eglath, who had been living in the woods for like quite a while and was kind of like at the end of his like ability to care for himself, he kind of was like, all right, I'll join, I guess. I believe so. This is where I believe that was around where Eglath was, I believe, 12, and Romley was around 13. That is the funny thing. So the players, like the party that I'm running for, they actually do not know their ages. Like, but Eglath, the big guy, is like around 19 years old, and like Romley is 20.
Right.
And also, like, I should also mention when I voice Eglath, I voice him like using I sort of base his voice around Rory McCann from you might know him from like Game of Thrones. He's the Hound. So he kind of speaks. He sort of speaks like this.
Right.
I don't care if you hate your friend. I can't do the voice super well because I'm partially sick. I would think it would make me better, but it doesn't.
You're hoping for that sexy, sick voice.
Yeah, it worked for Bork. He sounds amazing now.
He's still, but he can't pull off certain voices they used to before.
It's like whatever. He can branch out now. I mean, Justin Bieber can't sing like his old songs now anymore, but you know, life goes on. What?
You're saying like, he can't sing like his old song. Good. His voice was annoying.
But people were just annoyed, I feel.
To be fair, like what are, when you think of like Justin Bieber, your instant thought is like baby, right?
But I guess so, yeah.
So
or like
instant annoyance.
I mean, it's different. Yeah, it's like because there's two ways you could think of like Justin Bieber. Like you could think of like Justin Bieber, the innocent like teeny bopper, or you could think of Justin Bieber, the like the skeezy like fuckboy or whatever.
Right. And then there's me going like this motherfucker right here.
But anyway, but that is like sort of the funny part with like Eglath is that like he is like younger than Romley, but also is also like around 7 feet tall, and also sounds like the Hound from Game of Thrones.
I still have not seen Game of Thrones. Oh, let me correct myself. I have seen the first episode of Game of Thrones, and that's it.
Right. I'll just
what I did see, and I already told you about this too, is I saw the Dropouts version of Game of Thrones, which is Crown of Candy.
Oh right, yeah.
So there might be some equivalence here.
Yeah, I'm only talking about it from like the character, like, or just like the way they're supposed to sound. But also I'm just hoping if I ever go back to the D&D campaign, I'm hoping for a moment where they're like, hold on, how old are you? 19.
You're how old?
He's like 19. It's like the moment from Shaun of the Dead where he's like, whoa, 29 for Christ's sake. How old are you? 9.
I'm sorry, what?
It's just like,
there's this video I was shown. Well, not shown. I saw this because I was somebody had posted a question, and it was about like OP power levels, or like when you're level. It was a video from 3 years ago called "When Your Level 1, When Your Epic Backstory Doesn't Match Your Level 1 Character."
Right. I mean, that's just like a perennial problem sort of thing.
Yeah, I had that problem with Yelma. Like, I kept on going like, hey, is this too OP? I know that we're going to be nerfing her like significantly after this one event so that she stays at level 1. But to make it make sense. But I'm wondering if certain things, because you see the character sheet.
I think so, because like I did say it was it was sort of like skewed, but I feel like it was also, the other thing with it is that there is like a lot of 2s, like +2s there.
Yeah. so the plus 2s though are actually legal because I took so much out of my strength that I took so much out of my strength that it actually ended up being
like detrimental.
Yeah, it ended up being like, one, it's -2, and for level 10 or not level 10, 10 in your strength is average, which means you could probably lift like 15 to 30 pounds on average, because that's like the average person, like that's the amount legally that people like try to hire jobs for. And then if you're -2, which is in my case a 7, I could have gotten a 6 and been about the same, but that is the equivalent of not even being able to like you can at best, like with your max strength, pick up about 10 pounds, maybe.
Yes.
Yeah. So in order to do that, I had to talk to my GM and go like, okay, how do we make this not OP as hell? And he's like, okay, well, first of all, we need to actively give you things for you to carry. Like, so I now actively have a bag of holding. Like, I have a bag of holding. Instead of like a crossbow, instead of like an actual crossbow, I basically have Black Widow stingers. And I have like a cane sword. Which
nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. Except you also cannot like hold but, oh, that's right. You have the cane sword to like support yourself, right?
Yeah. I know that at the moment I can't dual wield. So
right.
because I know that what probably will end up happening is that we'll be treating the darts and the Black Widow stinger things as like one weapon that holds 2 hands. And then I have to switch between one or the other.
Right. Like you can't like you can't use them at once.
Yeah, it can't be in one turn. But I'd have to talk to him and go, because there's the logistics of it, like the game mechanics saying that you can't do dual wielding until like level 3. And then there's like the mechanics of it going like, hey, my character has literally been on the high seas since she was, and been taking over this pirate ship since she was like probably 15, 16. So it's like, it's a logistics thing versus like how to write the character. And I feel like a lot of people have a lot of struggle with that, because your character, pro tip for D&D players, I guess, or like just really any TTRPG like that, your backstory shouldn't be the most interesting thing about you.
Like it seems like I feel like if the most interesting thing, if like a backstory being the most interesting thing, seems to be like more for NPCs than anything.
Yeah. Like there are definitely some characters that I think could be that have really interesting backstories, and I have like plenty of ideas when it comes to that. But you have to also remember that your character is level 1. And having your character at level 1 is like there's not a whole lot of limitations, but there's definitely communication that needs to be had.
I think it's also more of it also should, the backstory should also just inform your character's like actions. Like that's why they do the things they do.
Right. Instead of like being the character. I just showed you the video. I just showed you the video for you. It's very funny.
I try and watch. I try watching I do try watching like either that video or like the music video from before, but also like I kind of can't filter out both. I can't listen to both like the stream and also the video.
Valid.
I'll probably watch it. I'll probably watch it like later.
Yeah,
sometime.
That's totally valid. What's a because I'm a baby GM right now. I'm co-GMing right now. And luckily nobody in this chat is either is following my friend, which you should do. You should follow Beatrice on Twitch. But also luckily nobody here is a player in that game. I'm going to be the first encounter.
Like you, IRL?
I am going to be the first encounter.
I don't follow.
I'm the first antagonist.
Oh, like your character?
Yeah, my character is the first antagonist.
Well. Yeah. Let's...
And like, so that's why my character, I was so concerned about her being like OP. But my GM did say like, hey, you know, it's fine. She's gonna lose most of everything. She's gonna try to build herself up.
I mean, the other thing also is just that I think like the other thing is that like usually characters like when fighting alone, they don't tend to win all that much.
Exactly. The thing is that here's what's supposed to happen, right? What's supposed to happen is that I'm going to be like, oh yeah, I will totally take you to this place that is ravaged with a miasma, because this is Eberron.
Mm-hmm.
And like, while that's happening, I'm going to, oh god, those eyes look off. And while that's happening, I'm just gonna go like, hey, we're absolutely gonna steal this motherfucker's money. we're absolutely stealing everybody's money. Fight happens, and then just before they're able to defeat me and my crew, because I am chilling out with a crew, my ship is gonna be taken down. I'm gonna be broken down, and that's how I joined the team. I feel like there's a reference in there, but I don't know. I forget. Like, I would put a Zuko reference, but I feel like that's not appropriate.
Hello, Zuko here.
Zuko here.
Got it.
Okay. So spoilers for that campaign, even though I don't think anybody... I absolutely want you guys to watch the campaign. I think it would be really fun.
Are you like streaming the campaign?
I work as a code GM, which basically means I'm working with lore. I don't necessarily like take over if like say Vio is sick. But I would. But what would happen is like I'm working on like backstory stuff and like, hey, what if this, and this happened? Like, what are some creative things that we can work on together that could make this interesting? Or like I say, hey guys, let's focus up. the campaign is this is the campaign, you know?
Mhm.
You know, stuff like that.
I suppose just like keeping things in order,
Yeah.
like and on topic.
Yeah.
I feel like there are times where I feel like there are times where I feel like the there are times where I feel like I've kind of gotten worse as a GM. Just I don't know if it's because like I haven't had the time to think about stuff, or if like my improv skills have like deteriorated. But like I do feel there are times where like I just haven't thought through much of everything.
I think that there is. First of all, I think that part of it can sometimes just be the fact that you are overthinking it. Is this whole face just off? Is that what's the problem?
I was going to say, I think first of all the eyebrow, it kind of makes it look a little more smug than I think it was meant to. Like the like our on our left, or like his right. His
Yeah,
right
I'm just gonna
eyebrow.
delete this whole face real quick.
But give me your face.
False. Actually, now that I think about it, wasn't you said one of the big things about this one right here is that even though they're male presenting, they're actually biological female.
No,
No.
he is a femboy.
No,
he is
the
male
dude.
and, like
The Goliath.
no,
Oh, okay.
he's very much a man.
Oh, okay. Because I remember initially one of your things going like, "Can you tell which one's a man and which one's a woman?" And I'm like, "Yes."
Well, I think it was more about. It must have been more about like Romley than anyone else. Also, also I'm putting in the meme dumps here. Or the face.
Okay, that's probably where I was really confused for a bit.
I don't. Yeah, I thought I thought when he said like reference Sakura, it was more of just like on the musculature, which I thought was perfectly valid.
Yeah, you had told me before like that was because like hold on, let me see if I can find it.
Whatever. I'll post this in the Twitch chat too. My treat. You don't have to subscribe to Patreon just yet.
Let's see. See, this is why it's important to this is why it's important to communicate with your artist. Commissioners and your artists. Because now I can make him buffer. I could make him buffer before, but I wanted to.
Okay, then that was always allowed.
Yeah, I'm over here going like, now I can have him have more.
I will say, I think the musculature looks like perfectly fine. But yeah, like I think but if you want to add more, you can. It looks kind of like I forgot what if. I will say, I'm feeling much better than I was yesterday. I felt like I was like by the end of the workday, I felt like I was dying. Once again, I've never had to like take like a rest while walking to work or walking back home, but I did. I had to like find like I passed near the park and I had to like sit on one of the benches for like about 10 seconds.
Right. So you can already see the difference.
For Eglath, like his
yeah.
Are you talking about his face or?
Yeah, his face.
I think so. I was gonna say like there was like I noticed there was like elongated eyelashes, and I'm like, why is there? But I'm like, don't analyze it, Nathan.
Don't analyze it. Your name's not even Nathan. Nom, nom.
It was a Rick and Morty reference. It's like what that get swifty. What does that even mean? Don't analyze it, Nathan.
Sir.
That's hello, Diverge. You missed the "give me your face" meme. I was thinking of you when I made that.
Oh, you were thinking of him, were you?
That's like, wait. No, wait. I was thinking Transformer. Never mind, Deep-Birch. You don't get anything.
You don't get anything.
Yeah, Transformer Brett. That's the one who would appreciate it.
Let's hear it. But yeah, like this is why it's important to talk to your artists and your GMs and whatnot. Open communication makes the world go round.
Communication is a two-way street, or three-way. It depends on who's listening in.
Sir.
As far
I
as
don't necessarily need to make these short. Should I make his head bigger?
Egglef's?
Yeah.
Let me reference.
Because I'm looking at at this too.
I think maybe a little, ever so slightly.
Right. Oh, I should also put a defined jaw or a defined temple there. There we go. All right. Like, I need to make this. I think it's partially part of the neck too.
I mean, like, there is like the picture you're looking at, but there is also like the reference pictures I gave you. I don't know if you can show them on screen.
I can't show the
GIFs,
GIFs, but I mostly because like that's not going to show up on Clip Studio. But I am looking at other references as well.
Gotcha.
All right, maybe not that big, unless hold on. No. Just a little bit.
By the way, since I know you're dying to wonder, how does a cis male in like the sort of like medieval period appear so femme presenting? Don't worry, there is a lore explanation.
The lore explanation is that it's not necessary. He is simply being.
I mean, perhaps, but also I actually did. I did like come up with like a lore explanation that because like it is like my homebrew world. I can just make things happen.
Right.
So in the place where they're at, or they're from, like the area they're from,
right.
It was first of all that place they're from is they're sort of like really big on like beauty and like personal appearance, as well as like making the stuff around them beautiful, because like that was like their main like goddess of that region, like kind of like is all about that.
I'm gonna make him just bigger also, generally. There we go.
There's also and also like one of the native flowers there, something called like the blue rose of Celostra. It has like when it's like reduced down, it creates like a sort of like it can be made into like a potion that it inflicts sort of like that causes like a sort of I suppose like it would be most equivalent to like estrogen or like just like female hormone.
Right.
That's sort of like what I'm going with, at least, and like a lot of people there, and also like nearby, like when they like export it, it's used for like for pretty much just like HRT of some sort.
Okay.
The same is also true for like a sort of like they also have like a sort of special tree sap that is the same but for like masculine. So there you go. Like there's trans rep in there if you need, or just like want to be more presenting of one way or the other.
Right. There we go. Okay. I think the size difference feels a bit better here. Like I thought having them be a little more equal-eyed would be better, but honestly because this is a Goliath, it probably needs to be bigger. let's see. Now you have to do the thing I almost never do because I feel like this needs it. I have to flip the canvas. God damn it. Flip the canvas. Not the image.
Why do you have to flip the canvas?
Because that. That is why.
What's happened?
The eyes look wonkier. When you're an artist, you, especially when you're a digital artist, you don't necessarily get the same kind of, you don't get the same treatment. You can implement it, right? But hold on, can I just, oh my god. Fuck it. You can get the same treatment if on a traditional piece if you say used a mirror to kind of figure things out, but for the most part it's a lot easier to just like to just flip your canvas in digital, because it means that you've this shoulder's off. It allows you to see things differently. You're so used to one way of looking at something, you have to go like, okay, it's not looking right for whatever reason. Like, for example, right? This shoulder before looked fine. Now that I've flipped it, I realize that the torso, if I can just, there we go. The torso is gonna look like this. Shoulders here, and the shoulder should be here. If you see what I mean now.
I think so.
Like, there are just little things you don't get. From just doing it that way. There we go. So yeah, pro tip, change your canvas every once in a while. Let's see here.
Zoom in. Zoom in.
Enhance! Enhance! Not that much! Alright.
Yeah. Apparently D&D Beyond, apparently D&D Beyond completely erased my billing address.
Oh, that's weird. Let's see her. In other news, these characters like long walks on the beach and destroying all dragons.
Yeah. They wish. But they haven't been at this for very long. I think all right, back to more back to more backstory.
Lore.
So the thing with them is like they've kind of like been training for like together for like the longest time by this point. They so like Romley, like after having been saved from like a near death experience, and also with like with support from Eglath, who I should make clear is kind of like he's kind of like he kind of viewed for the longest time Romley as like a sort of an annoying sort of like lordling, who but nevertheless he kind of he pitied him for like the longest time.
He pitied the
So
fool.
like he he was clearly like a privileged kid who like didn't have a lot of like faith in himself, but he's like, no, I kind of feel bad for this this little shit. He would be completely lost without me. All right, I'll be his bodyguard or whatever. I don't have anything better to do. And like so they've kind of been like training together, and like Romley, because he had a broken arm, he decided instead of going for like a great sword or anything, he went for like like a one-handed swords, and then like when his arm healed, he went to like shields and stuff.
Okay.
And also but also another barrier is that he also has not ever tried riding a horse for the longest for like since pretty much back then.
Right.
And that for like an aspiring knight, that is like a huge barrier, but he still managed to like exceed expectations and become like a credible knight. I am putting this on snooze, because I'm still talking 5 minutes. Fuck out of here. But anyway,
I did say until the next one.
Is it really only every 5 minutes? I didn't even realize. But anyhow, the other thing is that but they've kind of been like trying together until like essentially, and they've pretty much like done everything together for about like for like 7 years essentially, until like it was around the time when they're on the cusp of like when they would achieve like knighthood or like full men-at-arms status, but like they both know they're kind of like, even at the stage they're in, like Romley's still not going to be like a full knight the way they've been, so he's kind of like so instead they've decided to like go off into like the area where my players are, to be like mercenaries to hopefully gain glory that way. And also the really interesting thing that is kind of like why they're being like drawn here on Pride Month is that like first of all, Romley is bisexual. Like he has like in his time like flirted with some like noble ladies, not super successfully, to much to his consternation, and like Eglath's just there for support, but he honestly doesn't understand. He doesn't really get what his problem is. But also like Eglath has, to his complete surprise, also fallen for Romley. Like he just does not understand how it's possible, but he has. So this is one
of those moments where he's going like, "Oh no, how, why, no."
Yeah, because I said like Romley's bisexual, but also Eglath is demisexual. Like he literally has not. He has not felt anything for anybody until like when he fell for Romley, pretty much, and he is not quite at a point where he could understand what to do with that. I don't know if that's like super common for demi people, but that's what I've kind of okay.
Like, because for those of you who don't know, hi, demisexual. Basically, a lot of people don't really understand this as a sexuality. They kind of just go like, isn't that what's normally supposed to happen? So demisexuality is not developing a sexual companionship or desire until having an emotional connection with somebody, like a strong emotional connection. That has been most of my relationships. There was a time where I was trying to conform to this idea that I could just have one night stands, and it didn't go very far outside of maybe making out a little bit and I didn't like it. I didn't like any of it. And for me, that was really weird because I was like, oh, like I'm so into fan fiction and romantic stories and like shipping. This should be normal, right? Like, I'm gonna give him just like the slightest more eyelash.
Valid.
Yeah. Because if we're gonna give anybody eyelashes. Although I have seen some like very masculine men with like the most immaculate eyelashes. I'm like, how? Why? What is your secret? You know what I mean? Have you seen those guys where they just have like whoosh?
I might have. But it really it seems to be just a genetics thing.
I'm jealous. They're so good. They look so
also,
good.
Like, also, one of the issues with Hero Forge is that because it is like a model printing or like delivery service, that means like you can't have like eyelashes of any sort.
I mean, technically, I guess you could like manufacture them. You can just get like little false lashes.
They added kit bashing actually.
Okay.
Like, so I think feasibly you could add eyelashes, but also it'd be like rather difficult, I think, to print, or it might not be. It all depends on like how you made them. But yeah, like any like minute like eyelash sort of thing is off the table for something like Hero Forge.
That's fair. Well, obviously that's not great. Okay, this face looks a lot better.
I'm gonna snooze one more time just so we could keep the train of thought going on like the sexuality thing.
You're using up all my snoozes.
I mean, we never use them. When are we not going to use them? When are we going to use them except for like this, like, you know, like important discussion?
This immaculately important discussion.
Yeah. I mean, we're just talking about eyelashes, but what I wanted to talk about was more of like yeah. But yeah, that was sort of like the whole thing with like Eglath is that like he does not quite know how to deal with his feelings, which are just now sort of appearing.
Right.
I'd say like I would pretty much say at the very earliest, maybe like a year before they left for like their part in the campaign, where like the party meets them, and at the latest, maybe like just before they left. So like these are rather recent feelings, and he's like that he's trying to keep things the way they used to be for the time being. But I think but also the thing that doesn't help is that like Romilly, like despite being like really like arrogant and like I'd say like it's not so much arrogance so much as like confidence, like overconfident pretty much. Like Romilly's whole thing with arrogance is that like it is mostly like it is kind of like compensatory. Like it is mostly just to sort of like he was like rather weak and like kind of pathetic like when he was younger. And like he didn't feel like he could do much of anything, but like ever since meeting Eglath, like he has become more confident and like believes in himself more, perhaps too much. And like, but it also means like he actually really admires Eglath and like trusts him with like everything.
Right.
Which like does not help Eglath at this moment.
He's just kind of going like, what is wrong with this small, tiny human? I want to break his hips.
Christ. Oh my god.
And I've never felt that reasoning before.
That's like, I don't think I haven't thought of it. But also go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead. No, go ahead.
But it was but also what was I gonna say? It was like it's more of like that's sort of like the thing is like because like Romilly would absolutely not reject like if Eglath sort of like came out and said it, but he's not saying it, and I think like that's sort of like is sort of dragging things out. It could be because like I don't think because Romilly does not quite know what's
what's that?
He doesn't quite know that Romilly doesn't quite know that Eglath feels the way he does. But I think like he's kind of slowly like feeling like attention.
Affection.
At least that's what I would go for. Also, I should also say, like, my party immediately pegged, like, what their dynamic was. Like, immediately. Like, that they were, like, secret gay lovers of some kind.
Right.
I think, like, that is, like, kind of, it is kind of, like, the joke, at least with, like, my party, is just that, like, Romley is a femboy. That is, like, kind of the joke, and it's a funny one. It's what the people want.
Here's my question: why is cross-dressing so fucking funny?
Because perhaps it's at least it has been for a while, just unexpected. But also, I think it's more that like he is a femboy and also a knight, and like even every time, I think like it's also that each time they think Romilly has like topped out on how much of a femboy he could be, the next time they see him, he's at a party with tight leather pants, high heels, like full lipstick, and also eyeliner, and a beret with a feather in it. Like every time, I think that is just part of the joke. Is like every time they think he's topped out, there's always something more.
I just imagine that he absolutely would be a drag queen.
That's maybe. I'm not sure if it'd be quite that much. I don't. Well, I mean, no, I don't watch.
Well, he would be like a fish.
I'm unfamiliar with this terminology.
Okay, so basically a fish is somebody who is trying to look as close to actually being a woman, a like biological woman as possible.
Yeah.
Versus like drag, which is usually pointed out as like a drag is a performance of being a woman or like having feminine features. A lot of like people who keep in mind I don't do drag. I don't do drag even as a woman or as a drag king. But I know that a lot of people who don't understand that kind of like costuming and whatnot, they usually go like, oh, it's to like make fun of women, right? Because for some reason we're starting to go back to Puritan 50s. But what they don't understand is that drag is more about the artistry of like makeup and open expression, I guess is the best, like gender expression and whatnot. Are there like drag shows that I don't think kids should be brought to? Yes, I absolutely do. I've been to gay clubs, I've been to drag shows. There are some places that kids should not be.
Yep.
However, there are age-appropriate drag shows. Please look at the goddamn age rating.
I mean, it's the same thing with like comedy shows, isn't it?
Exactly.
Like, I think Robin Williams is like, so I know some of you have not read the age guideline for this show. So kids, you're gonna learn some new words today.
I remember that show. That was fucking great. I didn't go to that show. I mean, like, I remember. How old were you, like? Yeah. How
old were you when you saw it?
When I didn't like go to the show. I remember seeing I remember seeing it on YouTube. I believe, if I'm right, this was right when I was discovering YouTube. So I think I was 14, 15. This was like height AMVs.
Yeah.
So like, yeah, 14, 15. And I was like floored because at the time I was like, oh my god, this is Genie. Like, what do you mean this is Genie? talking about
But I
how
do
a
love- I love
monkey,
the-
talking about how a monkey gave him a purple nurple.
That's tame nowadays.
That's tame nowadays,
that's,
yeah.
that's nothing. That's nothing.
That's nothing.
I want to say. Like,
You were
where that's
saying?
coming from. But like it's I do also completely semi-related, but like it is. I do like that Genie's like sort of like ethos was just they recorded they just took his like comedy sketches and then they just drew Genie they just drew Genie concept for it.
Pretty much,
Like
right?
using his voice line, using his comedy voice lines, and that was how they pitched it.
Which is just fucking awesome. It's amazing. So, but yeah, like just like anything, please look at the ratings. I remember at one point my aunt, like this was a little closer to back in the day when they just introduced YouTube Kids. And
I mean, like, go ahead.
And like she was going like, oh my god, like it's so hard to monitor, and I'm like, well, you could put down parental controls and watch what your kid is watching first.
Yeah.
And take out certain keywords. That was a thing you could do then too. And they're like,
I think
sorry,
go ahead. Well, the thing is, like, YouTube Kids, I feel, has proven to be quite useless.
It is.
Especially from giving like parents like a safe way for them to watch YouTube, because it just doesn't work. Because like YouTube Kids is where like the Elsa Gate thing happened.
Yeah.
Where like there's like this weird like Spider-Man Elsa fetish thing that was going around. Like if that's what was going on, like what hope does YouTube Kids even have? Like it just cannot work. You might as well just make like a custom playlist for your kid.
Exactly.
And have them watch everything on that, and we'll say watch it all, have them watch it again.
Yeah, exactly. Like I used to do, that's what my family used to do. That's called TiVo.
I mean, like, there's a lot more stuff like on YouTube than there's on TiVo, but you could just like
No, but
like,
you know what I'm talking about, right? Like when you're, because like TiVo,
Maybe.
you could just record the shit and go like, okay,
Yeah.
These are the episodes you are allowed to watch.
I mean, yeah, we had Dish. That's what we had.
Yeah.
That was like we recorded literally every single episode of like NCIS up until I think like season 8.
Right.
Like literally every single episode.
And like,
Excuse me.
yeah, it's good. That's good. I think that one of the thing, but I'm sure that it's really difficult as a parent. I at the time there is a point where, yes, as a creator, you have a responsibility to advertise yourself a certain way, right? But in that same respect, parents, please check on what your kids are watching, because we can't parent your kids for you.
But you can't have your child listen to Seabat forever.
Right.
Eventually they have to listen to good music on the web.
They can't be Kids Bop and listening to WAP and think, oh yeah, WAP is about waffles.
Also, somewhat related, there was like a guy who like he had his followers like he was like gonna go on like a 5-hour flight, so he had his followers like pick the worst songs to ever like put on a playlist, and he just like it was like various Kid Bop songs, Seabat, We Are Young, like not all of them are bad songs, but like also like a Gregorian chant for some reason, and like he kept checking like every 30 minutes, like when is this flight over? Then he had his layover, and then he had another flight. Well, like it was like I think it was like a 3-hour flight, and then it was like a 1 hour, and then it was like a 1.5 hour flight or something.
Does
Xfinity
do that too? I'm pretty sure it does. Xfinity?
I just use Xfinity for like Wi-Fi, nothing else. Like there's like a phone plan that keeps talking at me, and I already have a phone plan.
I'm almost positive that you can still record. Like if it's a TV service, yeah, I'm pretty sure it has a recording. I don't think it's as known though, because it's a different service. Okay, yeah, this is much better. I'm already loving this.
Also, for those who are dying to know, because everyone must be curious, the shoulder pads that Romley has, like the sort of like shoulder armor, those are called eyelets. They're sort of these like flat little boards that they don't seem to have that much purpose. They're mostly there for heraldry. Like they're little flat things. I'll find like a picture. I'll Google it and post it in the Twitch chat.
You know, it's the weirdest thing what is the weirdest thing you've ever looked up for a D&D character?
The weirdest thing?
Yeah, like something that haunts your, like the cursed search history you've done for a D&D campaign or character.
I mean, like if I've had to like if I think it's weird, I'd probably like blot it out of my memory. But also like my memory's shit. So you know, I can't share this with you guys. I can't share this with you guys on the Twitch chat because I guess they don't let images or whatever. So I'm just gonna put it in the text.
If you do a Discord, if you do a Discord link, it'll do it.
Okay.
So like, hold on. Copy link.
I put in. But if you want to see it like without having to click the link, you want to full and like straight from the source, you can join Patreon and join the Discord. You can also see all the Hero Forge models I posted. It's in self-promotion and the thread is kind of old, but you can definitely see it. It was last active 30 days ago, but it's good. I swear.
Let's see. Let's see. What do you think so far?
It looks. Let me enlarge this. I think it's coming out good so far.
Yeah.
I think Eglass's head is a bit too oblong, like at the top.
Are we this one?
Yes.
Okay.
I think like his head is a little thick around the top.
Sure.
Yeah, it's a little too wide, it looks like.
Just on the top, right? We're gonna shave off his head.
Yeah. Just take an ankle grinder and like. Let me find a picture.
Okay, now he just looks like Hammerhead.
He looks, it kind of looks, I would say like Neanderthal adjacent.
Yeah, I like that.
And I have like the reference here. I think he'd be more like. It seems like it'd be more. If I let me give you.
He does not look happy to be in that outfit. By the way, I'm just like looking at it at the.
Oh, the gen.
Yeah.
The gen text.
Yeah.
Yeah. Once again, like that's just kind of like his mood throughout most of like that fancy like gala. Like Romley like is like very like he's very much at home with it. He's like, you know, he feels fabulous for lack of a better term. Eglath, he's not so enthused. But you know, they both have to be there. So plus, like, you know, they got to dance, and he didn't like that, and he kind of liked that. So I put this in the agenda boys. Here's like from the front, how it's supposed to look.
It's still gonna be rounded because this is a skull. But what I can do... See, this is why we do this. Okay. And then we erase.
I am going to keep it rounded because this is a skull.
Yeah, it's still a skull. And there are another thing to keep in mind when you're commissioning people. Like I'm not saying this to you specifically. I'm saying this to the chat. I want to point out there are going to be some choices that you don't agree with. Okay, this is much better. Still vaguely Neanderthal-ish, but it's not.
Maybe that's just how he is.
I think that might just be because I've pushed this eyebrow forward so much.
It might be that might also be how. Yeah. That also might be what's like what I'm looking at.
Let's see. Let me try to round this out a bit. See if maybe that'll help.
I think that helps a lot. I think, yeah.
Yeah.
Also, once again, like I did want to see like what you came up with it, but also I kind of wanted to fix the head.
Yeah, no, it's totally fine. Like that is totally that made all the difference. Also, so what I was trying to say before is that when you're commissioning somebody, you don't have to be afraid to cause correction. I would warn against like trying to make them do an art style that is not their art style, especially if that was not discussed beforehand. Also, with that being said, I should probably change this temple right here. But yeah, like because if it was already discussed before to do a certain art style, absolutely do that art style, and you can make like small corrections. But keep in mind that this is still somebody else's art style.
Yep. I think like because I specifically like for one of the commissions I specifically asked you to do like a Bitsy Pop style for like specifically for like a specific art piece.
Yeah. For a few specific art pieces.
Yeah.
And I was very I was very unfamiliar with that art style as well. So I was like, fuck. Nowadays I feel like I can do it a little more successfully, but I definitely have like some reservations about like doing that style. I can do it a little better now, but I do have like I do feel like I should do like a little more art studies before I do it so confidently. Does that make sense?
Yeah, you have a bit more. You have some more like provisos.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. And then these are the heads. And I think just to kind of give it a little more character, I'm assuming that at least two of these characters have hair.
They do. I'd say like everyone except for Anglaf has hair.
Okay. So I'm just gonna...
The heads could be done like some other time.
Yeah.
That could be done like off stream.
Well, I have to do it because I'm blocking off certain things.
Yeah, no, that's what I mean. But like, yeah.
Besides, they're not going to be filled with much detail until like
like the main thing is done, and also after I give like what's it called, like reference.
Well, again, like
some reference.
If you can tell me like. Does somebody you want have a hat?
No, they don't have hats.
Okay. Because this is gonna.
These are not the men who wear hats.
These are not the men who wear hats.
You can dance if you want to. You have to leave your old friends behind.
There we go. See, just something as simple as that is enough for right now. Let's see here. Let's do some fire effects between that. Just like something really small and not super detailed for right now. See, this is the part of being an artist that's really frustrating, is like you put all these details in some places and you're like, well, time to cover them up. Let's see here. But yeah, like when you're commissioning artists, you got to remember that some of the time their art style is going to make them have certain choices. And you shouldn't feel that it's necessary to combat them when you do a certain art style, like especially if you are an artist. Okay, for example, there was a commissioner I had where, unfortunately, he made a significant amount of corrections. And then when I discussed, like, hey, these are choices that I made, this is part of my art. That's the problem. I didn't advocate for myself and say, hey, this is part of my art style. While I understand that this is part of your art style and how you choose to make things, this is my art style. And I feel like I should have advocated for myself a lot more for certain things, certain choices. Especially when they are minute. Or like I'm doing this and there's like it's a pretty hefty bunch of changes.
Yeah. Go ahead.
So like when you're doing it, please understand this is still somebody else's art style that you have to do, that you have to keep in mind. It's not yours. And this isn't, I want to reiterate, this isn't a dig at you specifically.
No, but what I wanted to ask, actually, unrelated to that, is it right if, so on Rahway's right shoulder, like one of those like square things, is it right if you make it just a little bit bigger?
This one?
Oh no, on the other, like on the other guy, like
this
one
one?
of the squares on his right shoulder, if you can make that just a little bit bigger.
If I do, they're going to be
right.
lopsided as hell.
Right. I suppose it's fine.
Yeah.
But they just, I just want it, or either that, or just make it like, right higher.
Okay, I can make it get higher. But yeah, like this is healthy communication between commissioner and artist. Being like, hey, can you make small changes? Can you make these changes? Actually, I could make this just slightly. Give me a second. Yeah. Sir. There we go. Could make it a little more detailed there. Like healthy communication, but sorry, gun.
No, I'd say you can continue.
Healthy communication between artist and commissioner is apparent, and sometimes as an artist, you can feel like a little like defensive about it, because like art is okay. Now I see what you're talking about. How the scarf here kind of covers it over here, and then it's like kind of floating. So maybe I can just really quick make this. I'm like interrupting myself every once in a while.
But yeah, like just healthy communication. Like say what you want, but not understand what you can have.
Yeah.
You said the word fish in regards to like presenting, and also for Rahway. I feel like I guess that is kind of what it is. But also like Rahway like has made like when they actually like spoke to him, because the thing is like I do have to voice every NPC, and I have like had to voice like the female NPCs.
Yeah.
But also like they did sort of confuse Rahway as like a as like a woman, like when they did first meet him, intentionally. So I did sort of try and make it ambiguous because like he does have a sort of light and also like vaguely French voice.
Right.
So they did sort of but like he was also like, listen, Miss Sir, that is Sir Romilly Jaillies.
He's just like Agloth is just like he's very defensive on that.
Exactly. I think that's exactly. Well, not about that specifically, but Eglath, his purpose is just be like, yeah, he's kind of opinionated that way, or just about any random, whenever like Raleigh like spits something against someone, he's always like he's kind of like that.
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
But also he kind of makes clear that he's very much on like Romilly's like side. Like he's not gonna pick sides like against Romilly unless he does something especially heinous.
Right.
So like he's not. It's gonna be like, hey, you're reasonable. You like he talks to us. He's like, listen, I'm not on your side. I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna like. It's like if you think I'm gonna like flip. I think I'm gonna flip sides. You can just forget it. That's I guess partially it's kind of about like. I think it's partially because he's like he is like Romilly's bodyguard and also he is like looking out for him. Yeah. But also part of it is just he doesn't like getting flipped for like anything or people assuming they could like tell him to do something.
Right.
Like it's not just about like his relationship to Romilly. It is also just because he has like a sort of like he's kind of against people thinking they can like get one over on him.
Yeah.
Sort of like a you don't know me, like that.
Right.
Get back, motherfucker! You don't know me like that.
Get back, motherfucker! You don't know me like that.
Interesting remix.
I always come up with something. Let's see here. Like healthy communication between like commissioner and artist is always kind of hard because like sometimes I find that especially because I'm a female artist, I find that especially since most of the people who commission me, they're usually men. They do tend to get a little extra awkward about commissioning me through things, especially when they're trying to say like, "Hey, can you make the things bigger?" And I'm like, "What are you talking about?" Just the part. There are certain parts that need to be bigger. How big do you want these jugs? Like, I'll be just like sitting there for a minute. Like, obviously I don't text this. I'm like, I'm trying to like piece it together in my head. I'll say it out loud. I'm like, how big do you want these jugs? And I'll type down, how big do you want the breasts? Are we talking about like, do we need them to be
C cup, D cup, DD cup?
Yeah, like give me a measurement, and like then you'll find out very quickly people don't understand measurements.
I mean, like, I'm not gonna diss anyone for not knowing measurements.
Yeah.
Like, I'm terrible at just like eyeballing like depth, like for like like a pot or something.
Right.
Like I just like it's a weakness, but I can't like gauge these things.
Yeah. And I'll never knock somebody out for it.
But that's not what's going on here. I think it's just like they just don't. Well, also they don't have measurements, but also they're kind of awkward about looking up the measurements.
Well, I think part of it is that, and I think the other part is that they're just very awkward on the idea of asking. Especially since a lot of the stuff that I make is usually the stuff I get commissioned for is usually like. It's not fetish forward, but they are very like dirty minded usually. So as soon as they find out that I'm a woman, it's like, oh shit, let's hear what's a good example of this.
unrelated, but like
mhm.
unrelated. But I saw like a random comment on someone made something on here for it. And someone said, "You animals, stop cooking."
You animals, stop cooking. Love it. I think the most cursed thing I ever looked up in my search history, like is currently in my search history right now, is brothel ship.
Oh, actually, now that you mention it,
Okay,
I
now
did
I
like.
cooked something.
It's not super cursed. Like I guess I guess that's kind of similar. It's not super cursed, or at least it doesn't seem like that to me. But I did have to look up like precisely like what the sort of like what was the like dynamic for like the Ottoman sultans and their harem.
Uh-huh.
At least like how things like worked within it.
Right.
Spoiler alert, it's rather boring. Well, actually, not even. Well, actually, not even the harem. It wasn't specifically the harem. It was more just like the right of succession, and also like how they like became like the sultan and stuff. Like who inherits if they have the harem. Like which child from which person. So like it was all about like this is like an entirely different NPC that I had. That's part of the party's like grander party. But they like the way it works is like, you know, essentially like I think there's like a point where like every viable heir would have there was a point where like every viable heir would have to just like fight a controlled civil war to like take over.
Right.
Or at least it was like that until it was where like it was about like unigeniture. That means one son can inherit the father's property upon the father's death. It doesn't have to be the oldest child or the youngest. It just means like one. Because like in Western Europe, it's like primogeniture. The oldest son inherits everything, and that was like years like that was like late Middle Ages. Whereas essentially like essentially the other all the other royals had like when the king died, the sultan died, they would have to kill each other,
right?
And until only one person remained, or like exiled them. But you know that's risky, so you know. But there's also and also like when it comes to the harem, like one woman, like each woman would only have like one son, like one heir, like one mother, one son. That was the whole thing.
What happens if they
other
did?
than that, if they had like more than one, I think like they just wouldn't count.
They just wouldn't count.
Or like they would have one son, and then the sultan wouldn't have sex with them anymore. I think that's how it was done. Like they would just stop being with that specific woman because like you know they already got what they had. But that's kind of how it works.
That's kind of amazing though. The most cursed thing that I looked up was brothel ship, and there's only one. Okay, there's only one, and the whole thing about that is that basically, are you familiar with how Australia was founded?
Yeah, it was like shipping prisoners from Britain to Australia.
Right. So.
Wait, brothel ship? You mean this is a ship with a brothel on it?
So, okay, this is the reason why it was called that. So, in Australia, it was a prison, right? It was basically a prison island, a giant prison island continent. And the idea was then that they would give these prisoners like land to rehabilitate themselves and basically create like an all-male society on Australia. And they quickly realized that a all-male society was a horrible idea. Because these are not only because they're all
criminals as well.
Of criminals as well on top of that, but like they're trying to govern themselves, they're trying to do all these things. And
before you go on any further,
Uh-huh.
Kenny, yes, Australia did go to war with the emus, and they
Yes,
lost.
they lost. They lost the bird war. But this was before that. So so basically what then happened was that um what then happened is that there were like people were getting sick. There was a shit ton of like murdering and just general unrest and pent up frustration. It was like the Wild West type shit where, you know, there was like that whole thing where it's like, oh yeah, you can pay like for like $4 to just to see a pair of panties.
There was a wild colonial boy out in the outback. He had to get killed, but he got killed by like 3 troopers.
Exactly. And basically they slowly realized like that it's fucking mayhem. Because they can't, because, you know, like at the time there were a lot more strict traditional gender roles, and those gender roles were specified in such a way that it wasn't that flexible. So what was their solution? They decided to get all the female prisoners and put them on this ship all the way to Australia. And in order to do this, they took all the, like, and there'll be like petty crimes, right? It wouldn't be like the world's worst. Like, it's not like murderers and whatnot went to Australia. They were like petty crimes. It was like their equivalent. Pickpocketing, some like thievery, bank robbery, stuff like that. And the women too, they were like prostitution, pickpocketing, like lower crimes, not severe enough to be like violent murderers, but like enough to be like, hey, these people need like a fresh start. But the women on the ship, it was all female. I'm pretty sure it was like an all female crew with like a captain, like a male captain, and eventually, because it took them so long, they were then known as a brothel ship, where it was rumored that they actually worked as a brothel on the ship, where they would stop by ships and they would just use it as a brothel because a lot of them were prostitutes.
I think like, would they like just? Are you saying like they would just park the ship?
They would like park the ships in the ocean.
I think they did. They did something like that with actual prisons. Yeah. Like in Britain as well, they would have like these ships that were like not seaworthy anymore, but they just parked them in the harbor, and they would just use them as prisons. And then after a while, like they would do this, and then they finally stop by. Meanwhile, everybody is like losing their collective shit still over there, where they're like, oh my god, like I don't know what to do with myself. We're so alone and lonely and like tired, and we've been alone on this island for like years. And then oh my god. And then I'll put I'll put the pride flag in a little bit later. I just want to get all the colors done. Like in the picture.
Yeah, in the picture.
I kind of like, I did sort of want like 2 versions, one with the flag and one without.
Just, okay. You know, I could do that.
Just for completion, you know.
That's fair. And so like when they finally get there, the accounts vary on this. But basically what happened is that they had a giant orgy on the island as soon as the women got there. And accounts are varied of whether or not it was consensual.
Yeah, I was wondering as well.
Yeah. So the accounts vary. Some people, because for the men, they haven't seen like a woman in like forever, and then for the women, it's like, oh, finally we're on land.
That is actually like that is something like, because it was like a very long sail.
Oh yeah. And that's how and that's how Australia was founded. With brothel ships and a prison guard. If you want to make
prison guard,
or
singular?
like a prison. I mean a prison yard, I guess, is the better way to put it. Which, to be fair, Australia at the time was supposed to be a giant prison yard, so.
Prison guard singular.
Now you're just imagining this entire giant island of Australia being ran by a singular prison guard.
I mean, I guess they'd be the governor, if anyone.
Yeah, I guess so. Like, there's the governor, and it's just like, oh, this is... Now, keep in mind, I could probably have been getting some of the details wrong, but I highly encourage you. But the brothel ship is real. The brothel ship is real.
Yeah. Also, yeah, like, any information you hear from us, look up for yourself. From a reputable source. I can't tell you what reputable source it would be, but also, we know a lot, but we don't know everything.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say we know a lot, but I feel like I knew what I was talking about, or the person who wrote the Reddit to that text knew what they were talking about. They had sources.
They had sources. If I get something wrong, it's not my fault.
Yeah. And I guess it was their fault. They're the one, like, with academic dishonesty or such other.
But yeah, like that's like the weirdest thing I feel like I've looked at, or at least that's the one that I get the biggest reaction towards.
I feel like I don't get that much reaction. Like, if I'm looking something up, like, I guess I'm prepared not to be super surprised, or maybe I've just become jaded. Maybe I feel like that's more true.
That's also a possibility.
I feel like that's become more true. I mean, like, I don't get surprised. I don't get jaded. I don't get shocked ever.
Mm-hmm.
Like, whatever I learn like I'm not. That's the thing. I'm not shocked by a lot these days, but by anything. Like, I don't have like visceral reactions. At least not to stuff I look up on a screen.
Right.
Not too often. I don't think. I'm not sure how healthy that is, but like, it's made things a lot less stressful for me. A lot of people get bent out of shape for the littlest things. Right.
There are a few videos, and by the way, if you're looking for what the ship was called, it was called the Lady Juliana.
It sounds like it's such an elegant name
for a whorehouse.
For the biddy boat.
For the biddy boat, is that what we're calling it?
I don't know.
Hold on, let me make sure. Juliana. Yeah, it's the Lady Juliana. It was a 1777 ship. If anybody wants to look it up, please do, because it's so fucking funny.
Okay, I don't think I used biddy correctly, but I needed something with alliteration.
Alliteration is always nice. But yeah, here it is. Also, I think it's very funny how like the person, it took them 2.5 years to get to the right port. And
Christ.
And quote from the Wikipedia article, because this is a great source. Lieutenant Ralph Clark was more blunt and lamented the arrival of still more damned whores. It's just really funny to me. The whole concept to me is very funny.
I am almost positive that there is genuinely more information about like oh my god, it's in the Sydney dictionary as there that state South Wales library. Oh my god.
I mean, I bet it's you know, it's the founding of Australia. Like they owe their entire Australia owes its entire existence to that whore boat.
To that whore
boat. Also kind of reminds me in Star Wars, like in Mos Eisley, there's like a ship jutting out of the ground, like near like one of the ports or whatever. It's called, I think it was called the Dowager Queen, and that's like the ship that brought like Tatooine's first colonists there. That's
right.
It kind of reminded me of that a little.
Yeah,
I feel like that's sort of like the Star Wars like space Lady Juliana, just like a random like ship that was sort of commemorated. But it'd be like if the Lady Juliana was like brought into the middle of town and just left there, and you know, it's just sitting there. Because like I don't think they have anything like in Star Wars. I don't think they have that ship like doing anything. It's not like a museum or anything.
Right.
Like it's just the ship is just jutting out of the ground where it crashed all those years ago, and they just left it there in the town.
Disrespectful.
I mean, like I think like they kind of revere it. Like it's like regarded as, you know, like, you know, it is like, you know, a historical like sort of monument they have, like,
right.
But also they just haven't moved it. I think they're worried like they don't have the infrastructure, and even if they did, if they moved it, it might like tip over and like destroy a building or something. I think that's why they just haven't. It's like the Leaning Tower of Pisa. Like they just don't fuck with it. If they do, it might just finally fall over, you know, because it's on borrowed time.
Is that the reason why it's still leaning? Like I would figure that the reason why it was leaning is because it has like a bad infrastructure.
Well, it did. They actually like they added tiles like around the base as like a sort of decorative thing, and as it turns out, allowing water to pool up around the base of it made it even worse. So now I think all they do is like they put in like I think they sort of fortify it every so often, but there's little they can do. Eventually, at some point in the future, it will tip over and destroy everything nearby.
A world without the Leaning Tower of Pisa is a very strange concept. Like, yeah. It's like one of those things where it's like, yeah, you figure that would happen, but like hearing it is kind of odd, right?
Yeah, I think like they do their best to like keep it.
Right.
And like it's unlikely to fall anytime soon. They've like, it's been like it's currently apparently like it's stable now. Mm-hmm. Like it was on soft ground stuff. They have like engineers have made it like their career to like keep it from falling over.
Okay. Let's hear.
Like it was unstable back in the day, but now I think it's like settled, sort of.
Sort of.
But it has been like close to the public to do work to stabilize it.
Yeah. Whatever. I should probably like have some of these colors put onto a some form of folder, because I would like to make this clear. You should label your layers. I don't. There's no reason why. There's literally no reason why.
I'm not advocating for this. I'm just careless.
Yeah, exactly. I just don't care. Also, it's really tedious.
Yeah.
There we go. By the way, in case you're wondering, this is what the colors are gonna look like at the moment. It's kind of a nice little low glow from the fire. At the moment, that's what we're working with. It will end up looking very different in a little bit. Oh, hold on. Oh, wow.
He is.
So if for those of you who don't know, I do sew. I predominantly make tote bags, like very large tote bags that you can fit like iPads and other artist stuff in there. So it's a very basic tote bag, but I like them. I like making them. They're fun. I found a fabric that has bats on it and they glow in the dark. But the Joann's, it was going out of business, so I raided the Joann's a little bit. So I now have like an infinity amount of fucking bags. Or infinity amount of fabric. I haven't made most of the bags yet. But my friend, Apple Poisoneer, she also knows Penny Snake. She couldn't go to her local Joann's, mostly because like no one would take her. She can't drive. There was no way for her to get a ride share over to that one because it's too expensive. And I was like, hey, you know, there is a Joann's here. I do sew. I'm picking up some stuff. Would you like to go halvesies with me and you just pay for the shipping and for the other half of the fabric? And she's like, oh yeah, cool. And so I grab as much of the fabric as she wanted. I did steal some of the fabric because I also saw some of them and I'm like, this is super fucking cute. I sent it out, I think, this Wednesday, and it just arrived today to her address, and I was very happy. So she just texted me that she got them, and I'm very happy about that.
Pardon me, that was a cough coming on.
Don't you dare get sick. Don't you dare get sick.
Motherfucker, I've been sick. That's
Don't
my
you
problem.
get sick.
I've been sick for like months.
You've been sick since the day you were born. That's not an excuse.
Okay, months was, when I said months, I might have exaggerated just a little.
Just a touch. All right, get that sandy hair.
I think it is kind of sandy, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it's a dirty blonde.
Yeah.
That's kind of the color that you got going on here. It's called dirty blonde. Or like a sandy.
I wonder what the color is actually called.
If I were to
in here I for it.
Oh, okay.
They have it is described as almond brunette.
Almond brunette. There is nothing almond about this.
Well, also keep in mind there was like a small lighting difference from what the actual model is.
I'm sorry, but like that. I'm looking at every single lighting that you have used, even in the neutral lighting. This is not almond. I'm sure that if you showed this to Ed, he would immediately go like that's not. He would have like a paint because he has like a hoard of paints, including paints that they don't make anymore.
And some that they do make, but they're expensive because they're owned by Games Workshop.
Yes, he has all of them. He will look at me and go like, exactly. I still stand by the fact that my favorite thing he's ever made is this Entei that is currently in my room right now. He is gorgeous. He's amazing. I love him so much.
I feel like I've heard that null oil is actually very good for models, but even for like outside of Warhammer. It adds like because like, it seems like to add a lot of depth or like detail.
Let's see here. I think I have the picture already, but you know what? It's right here. I can. This is, I still think the best thing he's ever painted, in my opinion. Let me just like take a picture real quick.
What is the point of null oil? If you paint an orc and it looks nice, it fixes that easy.
Okay, I'll take a few pictures just to show you what it. Okay, that's a blurry picture. Trying to like stay seated down. There we go. There we go.
Let me see. Everything's in the way. Oh, it looks nice. Very well detailed.
I know, right? The little unknown in the bottom.
Very nice paintwork.
He does amazing work. He did tell me at one point he could never have painting Warhammer figures be his job because quote he likes. He doesn't. It's not that he likes people. It's that he likes. He likes being active and working and walking around.
Yeah. Well, I can get that.
Yeah.
But also there's the idea of, you know, you like there's the prevailing thing like work doing what you love and you'll never work a day in your life. But also there's the inverse where like if you do something you love as a job, it stops being something you love. There's like a whole there's a whole like thing with it. Like
there's a
like
whole dichotomy.
There's a balance that needs to be like considered.
Yeah.
Or like something that needs to be like it just needs to be like it just needs a consideration. Like do you want to do something you love or do you want to like do your job?
Yeah.
Because because one cannot be the same or the other or some shit like that. I don't know.
I remember I was part of this was part of a like actual an actual like course that I had to make where for whatever reason I still think this is unrealistic as hell, but it was supposed to be an interview with somebody in the profession that you like, right? And for me, I thought it was really cool that this one person was doing articles on Crunchyroll, and the part of the assignment was that you had to be like vocally talking to them, and clearly that was unrealistic. And I was finally like, you know what, she can't do this without typing it out. I can't do this interview unless I get any answers. So I'm like, fuck it, it's fine. We can get it. And she said something really profound. Let me try to find it. Because it was a Facebook message. Messenger. Let's see here. Yes, continue as me. Luckily, I don't use my private message as much, so it'll probably be easier for me. Unless they got rid of their stuff, in which case that would suck, but... And also this was a while ago, so let me see if I can look up.
Oh yeah, I think I just remembered something. The hold on, okay. But I will say, like, making like NPCs for like the D&D campaign I was doing, it's actually like it was a lot harder than I thought, because like D&D Beyond, like their whole thing is that like they have like a special code
Right.
for like their stuff is formatted in such a way, like it needs like very specific if you want it to show up as like a stat block, it has to have like very specific like code and like keyword, like, you know, like you have to surround it with like certain like parentheses or such other, and like it gets like kind of overwhelming if you just want to like make like a simple thing,
Right.
especially like companion NPCs. And also for some reason I can't add them as like followers all that easily. Like I can't say listen, this character belongs to this character and here's their picture or whatever. It's odd. It doesn't work super well, but like that's neither here nor there. Actually, I could probably just share their stat blocks. Let me do snipping tool.
I guess it's so long ago that it doesn't remember.
What doesn't remember it?
My search doesn't remember this conversation, but I still remember it quite vividly. So basically what had happened was that one of the questions that I had asked is how do you keep your career from feeling like it's a job rather than something you're passionate about? And she had said, unfortunately, there will always be days where it's a job, and no matter what happens, you're still gonna have to get through it, and you can't just and there's not always gonna be an opportunity where you can just like step away from what you're doing. You kind of have to drudge through, and those times are hard, but they're also going to be the times that you're able to succeed through.
They just have to sort of like power on through.
Yeah. And I think there's something like really profound about that, because like I feel there is a point where you have to like kind of calm down and go like, hey, stepping back, what is the Ed just commented really quick, so let me what nerd painted that? And now I will send out the boop. Alright. And I think that it's valuable as like a bit of advice. It's not always the most realistic if you're not. I saw your schedule and you're streaming on my birthday. Happy birthday!
Is it today or is it going to be?
It's going to be on a day that I'm streaming. But still, okay. Preemptive happy birthday in case. Like, I don't plan to, but like just in case at one point I'm like, I'm so tired. I just want to go lay down. Because, you know, everybody has those days.
Because you were like really tired almost.
Oh my god. Yeah, I was just like, I was not in it.
I mean, I've had days like that. Like, I had that one day where like it was just, I think like I was too active before like going to bed, and also like the bed, like my bedroom was a little like, was really like humid or whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
So it was October 11th. But yeah, it was just really like, I couldn't like go to sleep. I ended up falling asleep at around like 7 a.m. Now the thing is, normally I'd go to sleep at like 4 a.m., but this time it was like 7 a.m. and I woke up around like around 10.
Right.
So it was like 3 hours of sleep. I'm like,
Yikes.
I usually drink diet soda now, but this time I had to get like a Dr. Pepper
Mhm.
just for like the caffeine, just to like
Hit.
get through
Mhm.
everything. Like not for caffeine, just to like feel good about myself. I'm a big man.
I'm a big man. I'm a big, strong man.
I'm about to quit.
I would like to point out the point of this stream was that I was going to do 2 pieces, but clearly I'm just gonna focus on this one just today.
Yeah, it's I didn't think you could. There's nothing I could say is gonna sound good. I'm gonna sound like such a complete asshole. But like,
what, you don't believe in me? I thought we were friends, buddies even.
No, the thing is, I did believe in you, but I shouldn't have.
Damn.
I'm so sorry. It popped into my head.
Wow, betrayal! Everybody cancel Moth.
I'm canceled. Fine. You gonna be like that? I'm not gonna share my stuff on Reddit.
Oh no. You're not gonna share your stuff on Reddit.
It's off the table. Hello, Lazarus.
How's Lazarus? What's going on? I could probably like at least get started on some sketching. I'll put like some flats down today, and then just like, and then I'll move on to
I have to go to work in like an hour, so like I'll have to step out and then.
Right. Let's see. Here we go. I'm glad you're here though. I'm gonna be getting to your piece soon. Let's see here. Let's see. I do.
You will be
Sorry.
Go ahead. You'll be adding eyebrows to Eglath, right?
Well, sort of. Like you don't actually have eyebrows on him. You have facial tattoos. Oh wait, no, you do have eyebrows. Those are eyebrows.
Yeah, it's a little hard because like he's gray all over. I mean, it's slightly dark, but like there is like eyebrows and stuff.
I was like looking at it, going like, wait, what are you talking about? Eyebrows? There are no oh my god.
They're rather bushy. He used to have hair, is the thing.
He used to have hair, and then he decided, nah.
That's the funny thing, actually, is that like Romley does like consider him like rather good, reasonably good looking, but also like he is actually sort of upset that he like decided to like shave his hair. Because he liked it better when he did have hair, like when they had first met.
Right.
But like ever since becoming like his bodyguard, like man at arms sort of thing, like he Eglath had his like hair like originally kept in like a sort of like buzz cut sort of thing before eventually like completely shaving it off.
He's just like, it's too much effort.
Well, too much effort, people can grab it. Like, and if it's already at a buzz cut, you might as well just like shave it off. That's the sort of reasoning. But Romley's like, no, I liked you better when you had hair. It looked so nice. But like Eglath like doesn't. He kind of doesn't care. But also like the opinion is sort of like getting to him. But also he cut it off for a reason, so he's keeping it that way for now.
He's just like out of spite.
But I wouldn't say out of spite, just out of habit. Like habit that can't be easily broken. Oh Lord. One of my friends posted like the Gummy Bear song rather recently. It's quite strange to hear that again. They were talking about like when it first started. They talk about like buying the song like for like in like a certain store or whatever. Like just I don't recall exactly what was said, but like it's very in the.
I got booted.
But like you could tell like when they were like was just watching the video for like the Gummy Bear song, you can tell like this was made in like the early 2000s. The call to action is rather dated now.
I remember going to the app store, like what would be considered the app store for like a ringtone, and I wanted so badly to get the Anna Blue song for my ringtone because I thought it was so edgy. Like I thought I thought I was the shit. I just realized this might be this is a baby foot. I should probably make the baby foot not so baby.
Make it he's not that thin.
A little baby foot.
He's not that bony.
It would be very funny if I did. It would be very funny if I just had it be this small. And it's just like he has little baby feet.
I mean, like where Moto has like the really small hands. Was it Moto or Mocha?
Moto.
When he's hot.
Moto likes you. I like them big. I like them chunky.
God, what a trip that really was.
It truly is amazing.
That was easier now. But anyway, dude, bigger. Tiny hands. That was going somewhere with that.
Moto has tiny hands. Little baby hands.
Danganronpa.
Toko. Toko has like weirdly small hands. Yeah, that is much better. That is much more proportional.
I kind of feel like what would the chances be if like the reason she became such a terrible serial killer is just out of insecurity for her tiny hands? And I mentioned it before when you first pointed it out. I think like episode 1. Like, isn't it kind of similar to like because I haven't seen Always Sunny in Philadelphia, but like I think there was like a character who had like a really big complex but has small hands. He wore like these like giant novelty like rubber hands,
right,
to like compensate. And part of me wonders if like instead of becoming a serial killer, she just decided to wear giant rubber hands.
That'd be very funny.
I feel like maybe she would if it weren't for the fact that she's a writer and she needs to like be dexterous.
Right. And I actually was pointing this out with one of our mutual friends who lives by me. He like decided to like look at my hands and go like, you have like the daintiest little hands ever. And I'm like, I'm sorry, what the fuck do you mean? He's like, they're just so small and you have such thin fingers. And I'm like, what are you talking about? And then we did a measure up and I'm like, it's not fair. You're fucking huge.
Yep. Well, also like, because like I think like men have like slightly bigger hands than like women, but also like your hands aren't that small from what I remember.
Keep in mind this is Vince.
Yeah.
Our friend, our mutual friend is Vince.
The mutual friend, which we kept nameless, but also he's Vince.
But also it's just Vince because I'm tired. Yeah, like he
it's just like your hands are not dainty.
Like as far as I'm concerned, as far as I know, my hands are normal. He's just got freakishly huge hands.
I would say your hands are probably like slightly thicker than I'd say the average, but like not that much. Like it's not like it's within like the normal range.
It's within the normal range. They're thicker, sure, but that doesn't matter.
Yeah, but like that's the thing. They're not dainty. They're not especially thin or like, and they're not like freakishly small like Toko's.
They're not freakishly small like Toko. We're just keep on making fun of this 15-year-old hands.
She's a killer.
Yeah, but that's not her personality.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's her personality.
That's not her personality. It's Jack's personality.
It's like I I'm pretty sure that won't go over in a court of law.
I mean, it would at least get her insanity plea.
I mean, sure, yeah. But that's the thing. Like, people say, like, they only got off on the insanity plea, but it's actually, like, you're still going away.
Yeah, you still have to go
forever.
to, like, a facility, and it's still...
I think, it's just like if you get the insanity plea and you go to a facility, you're gonna stay there until you get better. If you don't get better, you're staying there.
Exactly.
Like there is the idea. I think like someone tried to get the insanity plea, they got the insanity plea, and then like they realized they can't ever leave, and they like couldn't like find a way to get out.
Right.
So they ended up staying there for longer than they would have if they had just gone to prison for what they were originally sent for.
Right. It's all very funny. Like, karmically funny.
Yeah. It's just like, it's a pitfall. You're not there. Like, you're not going to be there for, like, I don't know where I was going with this. I was going somewhere, but I didn't know where.
To Philadelphia, apparently.
And we know what we're on. Give us time to work it out.
Squishy. Squishy.
Squishy, perhaps.
Squishy.
Anyway, what else was it? There was also
Yum yum.
Nom Nom. How could you say such a thing?
Yum yum.
What have I done to upset you?
Yum yum. Gonna put some filter on this.
I mean, I'm sure you know this, Bradley. I apologize, Shy Guy. Apologize for what? I've done nothing wrong. Ever. It's that gif, or not a gif, it's that clip. It's like, I have done nothing wrong, ever. I know this, and I love you for it. But what was I going to say? I mentioned this before, Crimson, but like I was actually kind of surprised at how good like the reference picture I gave you turned out. Like I never really like realized. Like I think it was like the lighting I chose, because like the original lighting that I had for the scene, like it made the eyes look a little weird because like they are kind of like a model, like, and they kind of reflect weird. The eyes do. Like they kind of have like a sort of slight glass feeling. They're not like that bad, but like they did have a weird reflection. But like I think the lighting I chose made things way more softer. Right.
Okay, and I think that these eyebrows that newly discovered, here, they're not super like different from his skin tone. But
they're slightly darker.
Yeah, they're slightly darker, but they're not like
if you need, you can make them like black, like just for simplicity. But like, because that was his like original hair color. Then like as he grew older, they became like more gray. I say older, he's 19 now. But like I feel like that's just kind of like I imagine how Goliaths kind of go in some ways. Like some of them like have like a more like gray like color to their hair as time goes on.
Right. Okay. And then his eyes somewhat glow in the dark, which is kind of fun.
That's what I was saying. Like you see that image, right? They're not supposed to be glowing. Like it's just the lighting is weird sometimes for Hero Forge. for the what's it called? Just for like the way it lights certain shots.
Yeah.
Like his eyes aren't supposed to be glowing. They're just like, I think they're like the irises are really small, or like they're really tight is the thing. Because the thing I was like, that's why I changed the lighting because Romley's eyes weren't super visible in the old lighting. Like they had that issue where like it kind of looked like it was glowing in certain places.
Sure. And then I'll like hike up some of the saturation just a little bit here. There we go.
Yep. I think like their eyes are actually like gray, but like the thing is like there's very little eye color options unless you like change it yourself. Okay.
There we go. There we go. Alright. Obviously, I'm not totally done or anything. This is just kind of like...
Yeah. The adventure is yet to continue. The adventure. I was going somewhere. I swear I was. I'm going places.
I'm cooking. Let me cook. Let's see here. I will add like some background trees. Just to kind of get things. Just to kind of like complete certain things. Like have that be the foreground layer to that.
Something else about Pride Month. So I said like sweater weather was like the bi anthem or something.
Yeah.
But also like I actually didn't realize until I think this year. I think I didn't realize until this year that I think like there's a French singer called Woodkid who he's done like various songs. Those songs have been featured in like Assassin's Creed trailers, I believe. Like they did, like Iron was the song Iron was in the Assassin's Creed Revelations trailer, and also Golden Age was in the Unity trailer. I didn't like I've been a fan of his for a while. I didn't realize he was gay. I don't think.
Oh, okay.
But apparently,
What?
yeah, he was openly gay. Yeah. So the
Oh, I didn't.
also
I
he
just
did
didn't
one-
know that you didn't know that. I'm sorry.
Wait, so you did know?
Yeah.
Okay. Because like I've listened, I think it's like the first time I've actually also like I think this is the first time I also listened to like his full album and not just the songs that are in like the various trailers or Run Boy Run.
Right.
I think he also did something for Arcane, but I've only listened to that once and I haven't seen the show. So
I highly suggest watching the show. It's so good.
I've heard it's good. It's that whole thing where like if I have to watch it, it'll be a commitment. That's why I didn't watch Andor season 2 for a while, because like I need to set a time for it.
I need to sit down, binge, and then have like my notes next to me.
Yeah. I mean, I don't even know. It's like I feel like I'm pretty good at remembering details.
Oh no, that's not for the details. That's just for you to sit there and go like, wait a minute. I must analyze later.
Yeah. But yeah, like I didn't realize he was gay until like this year.
Mm-hmm.
Even though like I had listened to like his songs like for like ever since pretty much that trailer like 12 years ago.
Sorry.
But yeah, I listened to like the Golden Age album for like the first time, like all the way through at least.
Right.
I'd say like, yeah, definitely like the songs that like were in the trailers are like my favorite, and also Run Boy Run. But also like I like some of the others. Like not all of them like super hit, but like some of them are pretty good.
Yeah. Okay, this is a nice one. I'm looking up some tree and and relatively not, I wouldn't say generic brushes, but just brushes that I can play with a little more.
Yeah. That's something that gives it like more detail.
Yeah, just like not enough that it's like, oh, these are like, oh, they're gonna take up the whole screen, because I still want some of that some of the background
If I could,
stars to show off, you know what I mean?
I am sorry, like I don't want to like change things like right as you're sort of winding down. If it's possible, could it make it so that like Eglath is like not openly smiling like with his teeth? I feel like he's kind of one of those people who wouldn't do that. Like he doesn't like show his teeth when smiling. He's more of those like, you know, he's one of those close mouth smilers.
Okay.
You know the type.
Let's see here.
I feel like it's part of that whole like not knowing what to do with his feelings sort of thing. Like he gets like the faintest, you know, feeling.
Let's see.
I think George Washington is kind of similar, but that's because he had like these monstrous dentures.
There we go.
There we go. Yeah. But like probably I could see like openly smiling. That's why I didn't make a comment on that. But I feel like Eglath would like use his teeth.
Mm-hmm.
No, he's just not that kind of person.
Let's see here. Let's see here. Trying to. There we go. These are just some background effects I'm trying to get here. Some of these are going to be too detailed for what I want to do.
For the
just for the background. So I'm
like the stars, the sky.
Well, the stars in the sky, yeah, I'm going to be doing some more detail on those, but my thing about it though is the fact that I kind of have to like play with them a little bit and go like, okay, so this is where we're going with this. This is what's going to change when I get to A and B.
Yep. The stars, the sky, the drip.
The drip is very important. It's going to take a minute to like register the all the brushes that I just put in by like all at once too. Like, god damn. Alright, are you done? Are you done now? I think you're done now.
But who's done? Why is he gone?
No, the rum is gone.
Why is the rum gone?
The rum is gone.
But why is the rum gone?
Because of fucking Lacey. That fucking prick.
Anyway, I can't. It's always gone. Anyway, I didn't want to go this far, but like I was talking about Woodkick earlier, I think like if I were to associate a song with these two, it'd be like one, the Golden Age. You know, it's about like growing up and like things are sort of changing, I guess. Sort of. Also, I just kind of like the song.
Yeah, that's honestly also valid.
Yeah, I wouldn't say the songs so much as like maybe like a single lyric for like either one. But also like a song that I associate with them is like The Great Escape, which is like that's a much more like jaunty, like rushing sort of song where like like much more frantic, but also very like I guess like free and childlike almost.
Mhm.
But also but also the lyric "Tell me we'll always be together when riding horses all the way." But I feel like that kind of like connects them a bit, even though because once again Romilly wouldn't ride a horse unless it was like a really desperate situation. Maybe that happens at some point. But also like Eglath, I think would ride horses. I think like he's slightly trained in that. Not a lot of like opportunities to like do so, but like he would know how to ride a horse better than like Romilly would. And Romilly would sort of like would probably either sit behind him or in front of him, either way.
Sure. I do apologize. I am listening to what you're saying. I'm trying to.
Yeah. No, I understand.
Yeah.
You have to draw the picture.
Let me draw my bloody picture.
I'm drawing.
Drawing. I think one of my pet peeves I don't know how to explain to people who aren't artists is the fact that I'm not a drawer. Like that's not what that's called. But if I try to explain I'm an artist, I sound like a prick.
Well, what is the difference, if you could put it?
One is a cabinet that you store clothes in. The other is somebody who does art.
Okay, I see.
Yeah. But if you try to describe it that way, you sound like a prick.
I'm a drawer. I keep clothes within me.
Exactly. It's very annoying. The amount of times where I've had to just keep my mouth shut at family events where they're like, "Oh, are you still doing your art thing? Are you still doing your draw? Are you still a drawer?"
That should be something. If someone calls you a drawer, you should just say I don't keep clothes in me.
It's like, but no, unfortunately, all my clothes are in my hamper. But then I have to explain the joke. And then I'm called rude.
I feel like there has to be a way to make the joke work. It's I'm not a drawer. I don't have clothes within me, or something like that. I'm sure they'd get it.
No, they wouldn't.
If they don't get it,
I can tell. I know my family very well. They would not.
If they don't get it, that's they're the ones who don't get it, not you. They're the ones at fault.
They're the ones at fault because they don't understand my joke when trying to insult them.
I think Bricky was doing a podcast, and the subject was the Alpha Legion. I'm sure Ed's told you about them.
Yeah.
They said there's an audio issue with our. I was anyone who says there's an audio issue is wrong. The audio is perfect, and if you disagree, you're the one who's stupid.
Immediately afterwards. So there was an audio issue that we weren't addressing. Sorry.
No, because they did have an audio issue, but because they were talking about the Alpha Legion, clearly the audience is the one who's mistaken.
Right. I'm a little further into this than I think I was supposed to be, but honestly, it still looks good. I'm not gonna. Yeah. I'm not at this point. I'm not gonna. At this point, it's just okay. I'm sticking to it.
You're gonna I imagine it'd be fine if you finished up off screen did all
I'm not gonna
details.
The shading, because there's supposed to be shading in this and lighting, and this is not that. But I only have about half an hour, so it would just be a bunch of me sketching the other piece, which I do have here. See?
Yeah, I didn't realize because usually I feel you go on a lot longer than I feel you go on a lot longer after I leave.
Not that much longer, honestly. How much longer do I go after you leave? Because you usually leave about
like 2 o'clock around.
At 2 o'clock
Which
your
is-
time.
Yeah.
So
Which is
that's like 3 hours.
it's like 9.
Right now it's 11 for me.
Yeah.
And I usually
Right.
stop in about like an hour, maybe 30 minutes. Depends on how I'm feeling.
How are you feeling?
I'm feeling all right. Like I might be able to punch it up a little bit. But I think I'm gonna do that in like a different on my own.
Feels good.
That's your. There we go. There we go. Look at those stars. Look at them sparks.
My God, it's full of stars.
I could probably also put some sparks here, but honestly, I'm gonna just save that. So that's this piece for now. I'll also put.
Oh, that's right. I have channel points, so I can do. So I can do this.
What are you doing?
Save woman.
I saved. See, I saved. It's not there anymore.
The woman has been saved.
Now, will you save the princess?
Of course, I always save the princess.
Until you can't anymore and you run out of options and you feel really bad.
Yeah.
Okay, so I will save that. And now let's go on to the sketching here.
It's been saved, right?
Yeah, I saved it.
Okay.
See, watch what happens. Watch what happens. When I open it, I have to open it up to the right thing.
Imagine if you try to open it and you didn't actually save.
Oh my god, that would be horrifying. And god damn it. I have to do squats again. Alright.
Okay.
My ass better
Yeah,
look
we'll see.
amazing after this. Alright.
After only 10 squats.
2, 3, 4, 5. Alright. Sir. Okay.
You said your ass better look amazing. You only did 10 squats.
I did 5 squats.
You did 5 before, and then you did 5. Yeah, you should do sets of 10.
Well, now I have to do them again.
Do them again.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. To be fair, that's the point of why I put the exercises in. I need to be more active.
Right. I wait for her to sit back down, be a kid.
I waited for her to sit. You evil motherfucker. I'm gonna DM you later. I know who you are.
Also, aren't we doing your commission like right now?
Yes, actually.
Do you want it done or not?
Do you want it done or not? That's wild. Uh-oh, not if I do it first. Okay, this one's gonna be a little less detailed though. What you got is a full render. And I would like to point out that it's not done. Moth's piece is not done.
Yeah,
I just
I
just want to be able to do both of these at once.
Yeah.
And
But I
Lazarus.
did
Sorry, go ahead.
But I did do the thing I wanted, which is talk about my boys.
Yeah, boys.
And that is just how I feel about it too. That's the
They're
I think
so
that's
cute.
the reason why first of all, yes, they are so cute. But also but they are out of all the NPCs, I feel like they're my characters.
Yeah.
I mean all the characters NPCs I made for the party Like they are all my characters. I think like those two are the cutest is the thing.
Right.
Like they're the ones who have like they have like a sort of like future. Like no matter what, they were always going to like they're sort of like gonna be together.
Right.
I actually did have like before them. I actually did have like one NPC get with another NPC because like they're enamored with each other, but like they kind of didn't work out like just
Aw.
naturally.
Yeah,
the-
I feel that way about some OCs I've made. Like for example, there was supposed to be a point where a character they were supposed to be together, and like we were just like baffled as to why they weren't clicking, right?
yeah.
And and when that happens, it's so fascinating because you're like, why are you not working? Why is this not organically coming in?
Yeah, because like just naturally like one of my players is like kind of like surprised at this. They didn't realize like, wait, you're just not gonna have them be together? Like, why not? But like when it all was said and done, it felt like they kind of got together for the wrong reasons. Because like it was like rather whirlwind. It was kind of like it was very abrupt when they got together because like they kind of like met on the road. Like so one of them was like she was a cleric who was kind of like she was a cleric of like the same of like the goddess of like beauty and like love and such.
Mhm.
But she was kind of like unknown to like most everyone else. She was kind of like fleeing kind of like a rather bitter past. Like she was kind of trying to go west
Right.
to like to sort of like start her life over. But she was like up until like rather recently, she was like rather nice and almost kind of like milquetoast.
Right.
Like she was just like the normal like caring cleric and not like the rather stressed and like slightly bitter person she is at this moment because of like plot stuff.
Right.
But the other person in the relationship, he was like a traveling scholar who turned out to actually be like the prince of like this desert empire like that was created by like a blue dragonborn. But there's like it's like a sort of like desert empire ruled by like blue dragonborn, and he was like one of the many princes. So we were talking about like the Ottoman Empire and like how the harems worked. That's
where that
that's sort of
research came from.
Where it comes out. He is like one of the many princes who, when his ailing father dies, he's probably going to be on the chopping block, but he wants to like sort of get away from that. He also wants to like learn magic more because he's the only one who knows magic.
Right.
They both kind of got together because like he was genuinely kind of like sort of charming, and also he's like rather well read, and like that was something she kind of like connected to him with. Like she was just kind of fascinated by him was the thing.
Right.
But they ended up having like they ended up like getting together in a room in an inn. They actually kicked out like another like NPC who, just to have like time for this. They had him go to like another room. The NPC like he was kind of like the NPC is kind of like a rather emotionless kind of spy. So if he minded, he didn't show.
Mm-hmm.
But like they got together, but they ended up sort of like getting like they ended up becoming rather cold rather quickly because she ended up learning that he was actually a prince and that he actually could not be with her all that much. Like especially like if they ended up going their separate ways.
Right.
But just also because of like his position and how like there's no like either she'd be a target or she'd be like or they'd get married and she'd be like his wife, but also he'd not have like responsibilities and stuff. The whole thing,
Yeah. There's
like,
a lot
secret
more.
royal. But it was like rather upsetting for her. But like they ended up staying together like after the party convinced him to travel with them over the sea.
Mm-hmm.
But like their relationship like was okay for a while, but then like the cleric character, she ended up learning something terrible about one of the players, namely that he was like an insect in the skin of a human, which is fine for like the party, but for NPCs that's a rather horrifying revelation. And it came out and it was strange how like he was like the player was stabbed in the stomach. Obviously he didn't die, so he decided to unleash his like like
swarm
insect stuff on the people. And that kind of, if anyone's played Darkest Dungeon, that was like an affliction moment where your mind just kind of like snaps a little. But like, yeah, she ended up also learning one of the other players is like a white dragon who had shapeshifted into like a humanoid form.
Right.
But she actually wasn't too like taken aback by that eventually, just because the person was honest then. But she had to learn the insect person's secret like rather against her will.
Right.
Like,
She couldn't like
anyone.
organically like process.
Yeah. But she ended up rather going off the deep end, trying to like look up information about his like condition, as well as like consulting forbidden tomes and stuff, and ended up really driving a wedge between her and the person she was with, until eventually like all the secrets and stuff eventually the prince guy, eventually he and like the swarm character, they sort of like worked together to like steal the book and like reveal what it actually is.
Right.
Until essentially like the cleric character was like taken off the case, as it were, where
Right.
like she can't research this on her own. Like it's clearly something's eating at her, so she has to do it with like research it with someone else watching, and
Right.
like the two are, I'd say, like officially splitsville.
Right.
Like they are like not together. Like they could get together if they like healed more, but like I don't. But it was also like a very like but also it was sort of the thing where like they got together for the wrong reasons. She was just trying to escape from everything else. Because like
I feel like those relationships are important. Like and like I think when it comes to that, it's a lot of like growing that needs to be done, and sometimes you want these characters to go through because maybe they're cute, or maybe like you're just kind of like they're dynamic, but unfortunately, sometimes the relationship just doesn't work out. It's not always a healthy dynamic to get into. Sometimes it's the right person in the wrong place.
Or like wrong time or something.
Yeah, right person, wrong time, or right person, wrong place. And I think those are still important to you as like as a lesson for your life.
But yeah.
But
it's just it really is the like it really is just like I didn't intend for it to like go south so quickly, but like it really was like but it really was just like it was interesting how organic it was.
Yeah, and sometimes that's just kind of where you're at. Let's see here. As far as these two characters, I actually did the profile for this one. Her name is Maya. She is Captain's first mate / best friend. She's manic mom friend. Manic mom friend that's a pyromaniac, is wanted for murder and arson. Has fire manipulation powers, cannot shoot these fire powers out of her mouths, and she has a Venus flytrap head and a Demogorgon head. And I have to do push-ups. Alright.
Exercise. Christ.
Alright. Let's try to do real push-ups this time. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Hey, push-ups. All right.
So I would like to stay longer, but I have to start getting ready for work.
All right. See ya. See ya, Moth.
Yep. Thank you. I'm really glad you could draw this on stream.
Yee.
All right. Good night.
Good
Or good
night.
day. Good morning.
Bye. Have a good day. Have a good thing. Whew. That was Emperor Moth. Krim is getting buffed this stream, hell yeah. Alright. To like look at references I've made of this character now. Let's see here. Thank goodness I organized these a bit more. Okay. I apparently forgot to get this one. Oh. Let's see here. Kind of like the idea of these little things here, so. Trying to like keep the hair in a way that still resembles the, because both of these guys have like really big pieces, but I'm sure that it's gonna be I'm sure that a lot of us knew it was a joke, but thank you for clarifying. It's really helpful. Yeah, I have that feeling too a lot. Especially if you're meaning it to, like, seem in one way and then it gets taken in another way. And it's not like you can take it back sometimes. Like, sometimes you can be like, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't communicate that well. And sometimes it's just legitimately something bad and you gotta kind of live with it. Hi, Skyheart. How you doing? Oh, I'm sorry that you didn't get a whole lot of people. No. There's nothing really too big. There's nothing too big. It's just me, a lot of me going like, okay, does this angle look right? Does this angle look right? Does this angle look right? Did I say anything? Sometimes I think out loud and I'm thinking about stories. So I'm sorry if I'm saying anything like out loud and then like it's not coming out. Or I'm just not spacing out. I'm really sorry. And I'll be wrapping up in a little bit. There we go. I'm gonna have to cover more of the body. Probably should bring this line up a bit more. Actually, put some constriction lines here. Yes, it is. Let's see here. Let me look to see what the amount is here. Because sometimes I have to double check some things. wanted to double check something. Alright, and this is gonna be a flat piece, so that means I gotta okay. Do, 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 do. Oh, shit. There we go. That's better. Do, 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 do. Yum yum. Yum yum. Mostly the reason why I didn't go for a full kiss is because too much of both their faces are going to be covered for this angle to work the way I want it to. So I decided on lovingly gazing about to kiss because it shows off both their faces a lot more, and I want to show off that detail that's on the face. is also going to be probably one of those ones where I am going to need to take some extra time off stream because I am planning on wrapping up in just a bit. Trying to find some older references. Okay, here we go. Classic K. Let's see here. Ah, there it is. Okay. I know some of this got updated. Actually, let me, because it's decided. Okay, I'm good to use that then. Alright. Alright, and then we put that here. Like, certain things got updated that you had told me about, but I was trying to get that classic outfit. because like they're pirates. Or at least one of them's a pirate. under them. All right, and I'm gonna call it there for today. Okay, I'll finish up both these pieces by the next few days. I'm saving. Those are our first Pride pieces for the day. I would like to point out to everybody that I do have commissions open. Let me open up my commission. There it is. I do have commissions open. You can private message me on Discord, Twitter, Tumblr, but DeviantArt, all sorts of places where you can find my tags. If you're all concerned or have any questions about what your commission might look like, just ask for a quote. I have no problems with answering questions, especially for Pride. If you have like OCs that you want to show off your Pride for this month, or you're just kind of wondering how much that would look like, just message me up. I have no problems answering questions, telling it like it is. All I ask is that you be respectful and understand that there's gonna be some stuff out. I don't know what 07 looks like. Alright. Time to raid some people. Let's see, who is raidable today? Let's see what's going on lately. I don't really feel like doing art tags, but I also know that it's gonna be basically everybody. Let's see here. You know what? Somebody is kind of away from their desk right now, and they are Lychee B. Wastikin. Have fun. Be safe. Be safe. They've been streaming for about 2 hours now. I don't know if they're just taking a break or if they're gonna have some time to themselves, but please enjoy their stream. Be kind, cause a little chaos, and I'll see you soon. Bye!